superhero.
Rise up from the ashes, wings on my back, stay lit like a matchstick. We ain't coming back, I swear. Just let go and see what happens. Gotta let go to see the magic happen. They got is a quick change, so we like them in phase. I just bought a new watch, time to make my wrist ring. The zero gravity keeps elevating me.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Season 2 of Samsung Odyssey Masters. My name is Amy and I will be your host for the entire tournament. Today, next up, we have Qualifiers Group B. So we will have teams from Group B fighting for the prize of 10,000 euros. That's right, you heard it right. We already had Group A, and the two teams that came up on top were Snip Team and Cryptova. Well, obviously we saw how they absolutely decimated Qualifiers Group A, and they will be joining the rest of the 8 teams that have been invited to the tournament, which are Polish Power, The Boys, Entropic, V-Curvy, Heat Esports, Grindmore, and of course, M-Force and Hall of Game. Those are all really great teams. They're waiting for also the teams that we will see today and tomorrow that will join them in the finals. But of course, it's not all lost. We also have relegations, which teams from spots 3 to 7 in each of the qualifiers groups will actually also have a chance at the finals. And besides the amazing prize pool of 10,000 euros, this season we've also expanded to 4 regions, and they are Poland, Czech Republic, and Slovakia, Hungary, and Adria region. That's right. So I'm wondering, what do you guys think? Who is going to rise up to the top today, tomorrow? Who are we going to see from qualifiers Group B going to the finals? You can find all the information on www.samsungodysseymasters.com. That is the tournament page. You can also find information there about the schedule, all the teams, all the scores, everything you need to know. You can also find information there about Pick'em, which we'll find out a lot more in the coming few short breaks, or I'll be teaching you about all the things you can win on Samsung Odyssey streams. And of course, you can follow Good Game Global on all of their social media. There you can see some snippets, some clips of the best plays from each day. Also, the winners will be announced there, so make sure you follow us. And watch the streams on Twitch, Trovo, and YouTube channels. Now, I want to say something about how the qualifiers Group A matches looked like. Pretty much, if you guys remember, we saw those very, very edge zones in almost every single game and every single match we watched. We had that Valle del Mar, I believe, 2 times, pretty tight situation. We saw some very hilarious driving skills. We saw some fist fights, I believe, on day 2 of qualifier Group A, which was hilarious. And I want to remind you that there were also some MVPs. So day 1 MVP was Nixie from Snip Team, of course. Day 2 MVP was Sakura Zensen, of course, from Snip Team. They got like 2 chicken dinners, and Cryptova had 3 chicken dinners, although Snip Team, as you could already tell, really got all those kills, really got all those points, and well, they rise up to the top. But of course, Snip Team and Cryptova both are going to the finals. And with that said, I would like to also congratulate them, and I would like to say good luck to all the teams that we'll be seeing playing today. But first place and second place in the entire tournament, the first place will be winning a prize of 4,500 euros. That's the team number 1, the victorious team that we will see. I don't know who it's going to be. We can only guess, but I'd like to see what everybody thinks about who is sort of like the favorite. So far, we still have a lot of matches ahead of us. Today, we will be actually seeing, again, 3 matches on Erangel, or should I say Erangel? I was going to mess it up, Erangel. And Miramar, of course, those will be fun to watch, especially as we saw in Qualifiers Group A. It was really, really hilarious. Right off the bat on day 1, I believe, I remember that was some shotgun action on Erangel. We'll see if the same is going to happen today. All these teams are pretty interesting, and I think that they might have even learned some lessons from Qualifiers Group A that they should also try and push on day 1, not just day 2, to get those points. I really want to see everybody doing their best and pushing for as much as they can, and not just be like, oh, day 1, we're just gonna, lay low. I want you guys to go full on and show us what you got. And now I'm going to send you over to Sanson and Chunks, who are our casters for today. Take it away, guys.
Thank you very much. It is a pleasure to be here back again for season 2 of the Samsung Odyssey Masters. My name is Chunks. I'm joined by the one and only Sanson. How are you feeling about this coming into tonight? I think it's going to be an exciting set of games for Group B.
Good evening, everybody. Good evening, Chunks. I'm so happy to be casting with you tonight. I'm feeling ecstatic. I mean, we've seen so much extra action last week, and we can only hope to have a group as interesting as the one before.
Yeah, I mean, if Group A says anything about what we should expect coming into the Samsung Odyssey Masters, then I'm excited to see what happens tonight. Obviously, we are moving over to Group B, where more teams will get that opportunity to qualify. But if you're not able to qualify for tonight, there is a whole separate opportunity to make it through when that relegation rolls around. So while there is a lot of pressure on these teams to be able to make it into the top few placements and make it through, it's not the end of the world if you don't.
Yeah, absolutely. Top 2 teams are going to advance further, but the teams from 3rd to 7th position, they're going to have a chance to participate yet again in the quali phase. So, I mean, even if they, if you're a 3rd team tonight, and even if you're like lacking just a little bit, there's always going to be some chance for you. But I wanted to say last week we had 2 teams both teams were over 100 points. It was absolutely insane watching them play, and the rest of the teams were just like trying to catch some breath. But those two teams were like going so straight like a train, and it was very hard for everybody else to catch up. So, but as I say, there's always relegation phase, and just take it game at a time, and we'll see what happens.
Absolutely. I mean, that's the nature of qualifiers, isn't it? Some teams will naturally come in, sponge up so many of those points, and everyone else is just scrapping to get everything that they can. So while you'll see these teams go on really dominant performances, it's also really exciting to see those bottom teams and how they're actually able to salvage those few points that are left over in the match. So speaking of the teams, though, let's take a look over at what teams are going to be taking part tonight. Obviously, it's Group B. And I will say right now, as a native English speaker, I'm going to be struggling with some of these team names tonight.
I can help you out, Shanks. Some of the teams I've seen already, they have Czech names, and Czech is similar to Croatian, so I can maybe pull it off. We'll try.
We'll figure it out. We'll wing it together. Let's take a look over at those teams, though, because a couple of teams that obviously stand out to me, though, teams like Exile, like Fade, a couple teams I've seen before, like UOK, We're Not Toxic, Stuckers. So there are some recognizable names in this lobby, and I think coming into this, I almost expect it to be a little bit tighter than we maybe saw in Group A, just because of the number of teams that I'm able to recognize here that I've seen perform before and I know are more than capable of putting out those numbers.
Yeah, I've seen some of the players as well before. Maybe they were not playing for these exact teams, but we can expect a lot, for example, from Team Diamond as well, Team Tattoo Honeys, Team Numerlock. So it's going to be interesting to see how all of these teams find their spots to land. From what I've seen, there's not going to be hot drops. I took a quick sneak peek at the drops, but we can expect a lot. I know some of these players, and they are big fraggers. So Shanks, it's going to be interesting tonight.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it will be interesting as well when we talk about hot drops. There were a couple that have maybe been flagged up. It's going to be interesting to see how those teams decide to play it. Obviously, Picardo Pachinki going to be hot dropping, because why wouldn't you? It's the best drop. There's no way to argue that.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we all know what it means to get those best looting spots. Rotations are so easy from there, and you can buy a lot of time, because even if the circle does a hard shift, you still have enough time to get into the proper areas for you to play. And it's going to be interesting to see how these teams are going to do tonight. I can repeat, Amy said it already, but we're going to have 3 Erangels and then 2 Miramars tonight. Some teams I know here, they're playing. Some teams play a little. Some players at least play a little bit better on Erangel. Some play a little bit better on Miramar. So it's going to be interesting to see how they do tonight.
Yeah, I think it's going to be interesting as well to watch Exile specifically. This is a squad that have had really strong performances in the past, but taking a look over at the drop map I've been given right now, they're going to be hot dropping on both matches. That's in Milta and Chumacera. So whether you're on Erangel or Miramar, they're going to have to try and contest something. And, well, if they don't immediately come off of those hot drops with wins, you got to think that maybe comes time to switch them up, especially with 3 different teams landing around Chumacera when we get over to Miramar. That is going to be a rough drop spot to try and contest.
Yeah, that's going to be very interesting to see, because I mean, Chuma has obviously upper part and lower part. So if you don't want to, you don't technically have to fight, but we all know that you want to get rid. Like if someone hot dropped you, you want to show your muscles. Like you want to get rid of them as soon as possible, and to not have them maybe dropping on your spot next time. So we've seen it in PGC as well. Like this last couple of days, people just want to, they claim that spot. They want that spot to be theirs, and they're probably going to fight for it.
I mean, I do wonder to what extent these squads are actually going to scrap it out, though. Are they going to commit to it? Are we going to see a VP Dano situation where both teams are just fighting it non-stop and just not giving up? Or are we maybe going to think, oh, look, there's only 2 days of open qualifiers. There's only a few matches to actually make it through. Maybe we should play a bit more reserved. Sure, we've lost 2 hot drops in a row. Do we contest, try and make it 2-1? No, let's just find a different drop spot. And I think that's something that is really going to be tested tonight, is adaptability. When we're in these short format qualifiers tournaments, it's all about being able to adapt on the fly. You don't really have that luxury of being able to come out of today and say, okay, over the next few days, we're going to focus on changing these things. It is today and tomorrow, and outside of that, you're going to be in trouble if you can't make those changes, especially if you have a poor performance this evening.
Yeah, absolutely. You're right. You got to be consistent. There's way too few matches to just drop some of the matches out of the hat. And the thing is that all the teams, they're going to have to be very precise. They're going to have to be very focused. And there's only 5 matches tonight, as you mentioned, 5 matches tomorrow. And if something is not working, maybe hot dropping, as we discussed it just now, maybe just go grab some other spot. I mean, it's super settings. It's we're playing. There's enough loot even if you jump on the smaller compounds around, so you don't really have to risk it early if you don't have to. Obviously, super settings, people want kills, but just it's not necessary to risk it unless it's absolutely just safe to risk it. How to say it better?
Yeah, I mean, as you mentioned as well, playing on the super points format, I think it's going to be an important thing to note right here is that it's not just about the wins, it's about that fragging power. And sure, if you're not a team that isn't super confident when it comes to actually picking up kills and taking team fights, you can play a little bit more passive. You can try and get into those late game scenarios relatively often, but it's going to be the fraggers that shine tonight. It's the teams that have been around for a while, that are confident, that know they're able to pick up the kills, that we're going to be keeping an eye out for. So I'm excited to see how those teams are able to come out swinging, whether they'll be able to just start out getting, who knows, a 10-kill chicken dinner, whether it is going to be a case of maybe one or two of the teams that come into tonight, maybe a little bit less competitively experienced, are going to start off slow and then build it up. Then by the end of tomorrow, they're picking up 20-kill chicken dinners like they're nothing.
Yes, we have seen it actually last week. There were a couple of teams that played it a little bit slower. They, for example, Eagles. They were just taking their time. They didn't rush things. They didn't go into unnecessary fights, and they were high on the leaderboard at the end of the day. They weren't, unfortunately, the top two teams because top two teams were just destroying everybody else. As I said, way over 100 points is a lot for 5 matches. They were so constant, so good. But even the teams that are playing a little bit more passive, maybe teams that did not play together for a long time, maybe they're going to have enough time and space here to find their form and to find some great action for themselves.
Yep, absolutely. We are going to go to a quick break because we're having some technical issues right now, but we'll be back in just a couple minutes with game 1 of the evening, so don't go anywhere.
In my weeks where I didn't mean to make them break, where I didn't mean to make them break, but they're so delicate and so mundane, and they keep coming like a moth to a flame. Oh, some things never change, never change. You'll break your back to make me feel again, suffocate to make me breathe again, lose your mind from endless pain. Some things never change, oh, redemption. One's a company, two's a crowd, three's a party coming, move around like fresh fresh when the school is out, when the booze is up, when the sun is down. Enjoy the ride, get some pillows in the Chevy. Slide a dial, low hitting heavy. Take your time, let me know when you're ready. Couple months I've been messing with the steady. Open for plans tonight. Lost in the afterglow. Oh, girl, your love for me keeps calling me, so I'm calling you. Love, give me love to find. I long for your company. Oh, girl, your love for me is a part of me, my biology. Yeah, it won't be over till the fat lady sings. I owe you a trip, cause me and you, we got a thing.
So we are back. Apologies for the little inconvenience there. We just had to restart the game, get a couple more of the players in. So we will be getting into it in about 2 minutes. Apologies once again. But it gives us a bit more time to recap on Group A. Obviously, I wasn't able to catch day number 2, so maybe you can fill us in on what we missed and any real players to look out for going into the finals.
Absolutely, Chunks. The second day of Group A was absolutely crazy. We have seen domination of Team Snip and Team Kryptova, which obviously qualified to the finals. And then we had teams Gravity, 404 Error, Lost, Renegades, and Incentive, which are going to play one more time. They're going to have one more chance to qualify. And the Angry Eagles that I mentioned earlier, they're on the 8th position, but on the 8th position with 52 points. So that's quite a lot, I gotta be honest. And we're gonna have in the last in the relegation phase, there's going to be one team from the 8th position that's gonna go into that quali. So maybe it's gonna be them. They showed they can play really good. They had almost back-to-back chicken. It was really close, maybe a little bit too passive. But as we mentioned before, there are some teams that that already played before together. They're a little bit more confident. They have a bit more experience in competitive. There are some teams that are trying out their luck for the first time, and we've seen it all last week. I mean, in day 1 and in day 2, there were some amazing plays, and I'm really looking forward to see what Group B is going to show us tonight.
Yeah, and I think you mentioned something important there is that one of those 8th place teams are going to be able to move through, but it's not safe if you think, oh, we're in top 8, we're completely safe. That's not the case. You have to be the best performing 8th place team, which means, you can go into that final game in maybe 9th place and think, well, if we get into 8th, we're safe. No, not just that. You have to have a big game. You have to be able to get into 8th place pretty securely. Ideally, you want to be in 7th, but get as many points and close that gap as much as possible, because obviously when relegation comes around, that one place, that couple of points difference is going to be a massive difference in terms of being able to make it through and it being the end of the road for your run. Because who knows, there's the opportunity here that one of those 8th place teams that actually makes it through to relegation, makes it all the way to the final, and who knows, wins the whole thing. It's always a possibility. There's a lot of unknowns in PUBG, so it's just a case of waiting and seeing. And, if you are maybe in 8th place, such as the Eagles out of Group A, just watching and hoping that nobody racks up too many points and they all get sponged up by the top few teams.
Yeah, it's absolutely possible. I mean, this is PUBG esports, so we've seen it all. I mean, there's enough matches for everybody to shine bright. And we have also seen so many times that some of the teams which are favorites, maybe they don't have a really good day or something. And again, I'm saying you have to be constant in PUBG, right? It's got to happen. And teams are gonna definitely gonna go for the kills. They're gonna try to go for a maximum amount of points in the minimum amount of time. Obviously, as we've seen, for example, last week with the team Snip, they're definitely one of the, for me, I gotta say personally, one of the favorites. Maybe I've seen the names of other teams in other groups. They're looking really strong. And let's not like the fact that they are playing qualies as well, that they're playing together, and there are teams which are invited directly. Maybe these teams that go through the qualies, they're going to be a little bit more warmed up for the whole for the whole final. So it's quite possible that they're going to do quite a lot.
Absolutely. Speaking of the teams, though, let's take another quick look over at what teams are going to be taking part, because we've touched on a couple of them earlier, and I really do want to talk a little bit more about a team like Fade here. They're a squad that I've seen them play at a really high level before, but it feels like inconsistency is the theme with them. So I do wonder what you think of this squad coming into tonight, when they are going to be one of those squads that will kick things off strong, or maybe might take a couple games to get going, because, we've seen them around before, and teams might just have a good read on the playstyle and force them to switch things up a little.
Yeah, we're gonna have to. I mean, it's very hard to predict stuff, right? There's 16 teams. Some of the teams we know, and some of the teams we don't know about. They could be like potential. I mean, there are underdogs. So it's sometimes much more easy to play when you are not under any pressure. When no one knows about you, you're like loosened up. You try your best, and then stuff just happens, right? As opposed to when you're maybe like a group favorite, you see like the name of the other teams, you're like, oh, okay, I don't recognize these teams, so we have like a high chance. But then again, it's only 2 teams that go further, so like it's possible that you play decent games and you end up third, and it's just that bittersweet, like, okay, you're going into relegation phase, but you were so close.
Yeah, absolutely. It's really a brutal format, isn't it? Where half of these teams will just be gone for good, and then the other half, well, they might just stand a chance of making it into a final. But it really separates the weak from the strong. Another squad I kind of want to touch on has to be Stuck, as though this is a squad that I'm fairly familiar with. I've seen them in a couple of qualifiers, but I've never really seen them perform at that top level. Well, they've done well in qualifiers in the past. Could that be a sign of them potentially doing well tonight? I gotta hope for their sake it is, because it is going to be a brutal lobby, and I'm sure that when we get into the game and we actually see the names of the players as opposed to just the team names, there will be a lot more recognizable names than just teams like Fade and Exile.
Yeah, definitely. I can confirm that there are more teams that we should look after tonight. It's Team Diamond as well. There are some really good players that are going to be playing for this team tonight, and as well Team Numerlock. We are not toxic team from Czechia. I know some of the guys wrote me a message. Oh, Sansan, you're shoutcasting tonight. I'm playing for this team, etc. So it was really fun to get their messages as well. But from what I know, they're huge fraggers. So maybe they're not as known on the scene, but we should not count them out. Definitely.
No, absolutely. I mean, I'm taking a look over at the list of players right now. Obviously,
Mm.
Fade have been one that have taken the majority of my attention, but also UOK rocking Jam on that team as a sub. It's going to be interesting to see whether he does end up playing for them. But I've seen that guy play with some top players in the past. It takes me back to PSL when he was really performing extremely well. It was definitely an exciting one to watch there. So maybe Jam, if he does end up getting subbed in, could be one to watch.
Absolutely. We're going to see what they're going to show to. I mean, like they obviously have the knowledge, they obviously have the power, fragging capabilities, and they gotta show up. They gotta step up tonight. They gotta be in the top 2 teams. So they don't have to think about the quali stage anymore. I think it's much more convenient when you're like top 2 teams. You're like, yeah, fine. We have like a week off, and then we're gonna, go strong in the finals. But obviously, as you mentioned, they are one of the strongest teams as well. But there are a couple of more other teams that I've seen some of the, like, for example, Exile Esports, they have definitely some really great power. And some of the guys, they're really good strategists as well. I know them from some of the leagues before that I shoutcasted. Also, as I mentioned, Team We're Not Toxic, great fraggers. I'm Divine, Doric, and etc. It's going to be interesting to see. Like, I gotta be honest, I haven't seen these names playing in the same competition yet, at least not in the same group. So that's going to be interesting to see. I mean, some of these players, I'm pretty sure they know each other quite well, but have they played in the competitive against each other? It's going to be interesting to see.
Absolutely, it will. I mean, another squad I want to look out for right here has to be Tattoo Honey's rocking Mr. Lucky, Michael, Duffy, and Zerty. And one of their subs is apparently Serbian Tigleton, who I have no idea who that is, but it's gonna be an interesting squad to watch. That's definitely a favorite coming into this, looking at the players on that roster.
Yeah, I'm not sure if you noticed already, but there is also a Bosnian Tigleton as well in this competition. So there's a
Wow,
lot
a
of
lot of
Tigletons.
Tigletons, yeah.
Yeah, in team exactly, Bosnian Tigleton and Serbian versus Bosnian one. We're going to see maybe they're gonna do some insane highlights tonight, and then we're gonna send them to the Tigleton to check if they're up to their names.
Well, we'll find out. We're going to get into the game shortly. The players are loading in as we speak. Apologies again for the delays, but it's the nature of PUBG, isn't it? It wouldn't be a PUBG tournament if we didn't have some technical issues with players loading in. But I think it's going to be worth the wait. Obviously, Group A was really exciting. We've also got to touch on the fact that there are 3 groups. It's not like it's just the top 8 immediately move through from both groups. Obviously, 2 teams will make it through, but that 3rd till 7th spot, you're going to have to scrap it out when the time comes around in the relegation. So it's going to be a tricky one if you're not able to get through concrete tonight, because you're going to be looking at that Group C when we get round to that and just seeing, well, these are the teams we're coming up against. Let's try and review some strategies, and more so hope that we're not coming up against some of them.
Yeah, hopefully. I mean, as I said before, it's very important, especially today, opening day. Group B, I think teams that are gonna have first 5 matches really good. They're going to get into the day 2 a little bit more easy, a little bit more comfy, and it's very important for them to step up tonight because as you said, relegation phase. Who wants to go through that if you have a chance to go to be one of the first 2 teams tonight and go directly to the finals?
Exactly. It's going to be an exciting one. The game is about to get underway, so let's get into it. Game number 1 kicking off right now. Let's hop into the first match of the evening. Here it is over on sunny Erangel to kick things off. Of course, we got to get that cinematic plane pass shot. It's It just makes it so much more relaxing to kick things off, it feels like.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't know. It's all about the, sunny weather, blue skies. Everything seems a little bit more relaxing, but we all know we can talk about it, but we all know that the teams that are jumping just now out of the plane, they're, quite tense. Unlike us, probably, they're just trying to see if there's gonna be some hot drops, maybe or not. But we can already see that a couple of teams jumped out of the plane immediately. One team going towards Severny. Kameshki is going to get looted as well. Very interesting. One team to Yasnaya Polyana. And we have a lot of teams going towards the west side.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it already looks like we might just be getting that Pachinki hot drop that we were worried about seeing, as you can already see two squads starting to look like they want to flex down there. I will say, though, the Tattoo Honeys are one of the squads that, on the drop mat said they were going over to Pachinki, instead going all the way down to Milta instead, which is where teams like Exile were going to drop. So it looks like teams have maybe switched up what they put on the drop map and completely changed their minds.
Yeah, it seems like they know it's first game of the night, right? Even if you're like warmed up, it's still the first game, and the thing is, you just maybe you don't want to be that first player that was shooting out of the just a Tommy gun or something that you just found. So obviously people, if they have an option to go a little bit further, grab some vehicles and go have like peaceful couple of minutes of looting, they're probably gonna rather opt for that than for fighting on the hot drop.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we can see a couple shots coming out from squads like the team over in Pachinki, but nothing really worth talking about too much. I will say, though, that southern coast is looking very spicy right now. Multiple different teams landing down there, which could end up causing some problems, especially in a zone like this, where I'd assume the majority of those teams are all going to be taking that southern road to try and get central. So if a team like Tattoo Honeys over on the east is going to be the first to move, it will cause all of the other squads to kind of crunch together. And, well, pressure cooker would probably be the best way to put it, because it's only a matter of time until that thing blows.
Absolutely. And from what we can see, there's going to be quite a lot of teams. I assume there's going to be a lot of teams rotating from the north side as well. Team from Severny, from Kameshki. If I was in their position, I don't think I would go through the middle towards the middle of the circle. Like, it would probably be wiser to go from the north side as well, through Georgie or some of the bridges close to it. And while I'm talking about that, there's already one team, actually just one player from what is this team, the HNE team. He's rotating towards Pachinki. I mean, he's probably going to stay on Potato Hill and just scout a little bit for his team. And they're going to have to see which side they want to go to.
Yep, not a bad decision to be sending a player through early, but maybe a bit questionable if you're choosing your driver as the player who crashes into the tree. I'm assuming he had his map open or something, but he's got himself over to those so-called sushi buildings now, as Paper Thin loves to call them. Going to be scouting his way towards Pachinki, but let's forget about the scouting and let's focus on the crash, because we can already see two squads coming up against each other. It's going to be Old School Fools up against that solo player. Pros Pio. I have no idea how to say that name.
I feel like he's going to just stay pros.
Yeah,
he had a nice
pros.
opening
let's
shot.
Go with Pio. Why not?
Why not? Pio. All right. So Pio had a really good opening shot, one headshot, but he's 1 versus 4, and he's just playing this little ridge around the house. It's going to be... Oh, he finds one knock, though. He finds one knock.
It was a decent knock, but immediately traded out by Yabba. Now it's going to be a case of Dodik trying to move in to get himself the trade. Spots Yabba out in the open. Beautiful spray to connect right there, leaving only 2 players left up from Old Jordan's already taken it down low, as Dodik just going to be holding. He hears the player, goes for the flush, will confirm it, doesn't spot out Hori on the staircase. So now the player has been able to get up top. Skaldic still watching round the back, as we are not toxic, just crashing their way in. Looking at you ads, not a care in the world. Shotgun in hand from Danku, though. This could be a dangerous one if both players peek at the same time. One in the bathroom. The Molotov connects, and now, no, he's caught from behind by his teammate's own Molotov.
Yeah, I was looking at Yerdy here. Why didn't he peek out at the very exact time? But he doesn't have any heals. He's just holding the bathroom doors and just... I'm not sure. Do they know that he's even here? So he's going to just wait a little bit, try to buy some time, and now he has 3 players in front of him. It's unbelievable, as chunks that they didn't hear him.
Well, at least Odic managed to salvage it, but he ran straight past him in the first place. That is never ideal. That's how it's all down to the solo up on the top of the staircase, but I can't help but notice over on the minimap, Stuckers, they're going to start moving their way through. They hear these shots, and well, they're a confident squad. They're going to do everything they can to try and third-party shots coming out here from Dodic. Hipfire! Good Expert is going to be Hori that's able to trade it. Skaldic in the end finishes off the jobs. Old school fools, maybe foolish to take this fight so early, eliminated out in 16th place, but stuck as well. They are more than confident to crash in. They've looted the crate, they've got the Groza, and Two-Head Shakur going to be playing point on this one.
Wow, it's really hard to be versus Groza at this situation, and he finds one player from Wanted. The Kobe is gonna be followed after this, and Want is now in a pretty bad spot. There's one player outside, but he's getting knocked as well. Nice shot from Bonias here, and we just have Danko left with a shot inside the house.
The nade going to be coming out here from Stuckers as Two-Head getting ready to make himself a bit of a crash. More frags getting returned now as the defense attempt will not exactly work out. He is going to be getting pushed, but Two-Head's looking in the wrong direction. The Grocer is not going to be able to find the kill, but the barrel certainly will. Danku is going to be out of it, and that's We Are Not Toxic eliminated. And sure, Stuckers, they took a bit of damage. They conceded a knock, but there is more than enough loot there to try and salvage it.
Yeah, it was a very nice refrag there from his teammate. Usually it can be really tricky when first player gets knocked on the stairs, then everybody else gets kind of like, if it's early on the stairs, then everybody else is a little bit stuck there. And sometimes it can be very fatal, but they managed to connect this, and they took this compound for themselves. For now, it's looking fine. We are seeing Tattoo Honeys getting a little bit closer to them. They're going to probably scout farm a little bit to see if there is someone, and they're probably gonna, either split and take that farm and check, or maybe they're all gonna opt for going towards farm. But Michael decides to go even a little bit more further, probably towards the hill.
Can't blame him for crashing his way through. They want to get deep inside this zone relatively early, especially with how open it is. Those southern fields are just so dangerous to try and navigate. As you can see, Mr. Lucky doing what he can to try and scout out a little. He does catch a little bit of fire. Now the question becomes, do Tattoo Honeys decide to crash onto this? As Fade, I believe only with 2 players actually in the game. Looks like 2 of them weren't able to connect. Just posted up down to the south, and not really in an ideal position, I think it's fair to say.
Yeah, definitely looking kind of scuffed there. And as I can see, most of the teams are already kind of like around in the center of the circle. And very interesting to see a team that was looting Pochinki, a Numerlock. They decided majority of the team is still in Pochinki. So I'm not sure whether they think the zone. What do you think? What are the chances that the zone is going to close towards Pochinki?
I think they just really like their drop spot, and they just want to leave it as late as possible before moving. That's the only explanation I have now. I like the optimism that they think, oh, we're going to drop here and we're going to get Pochinki, it's going to shift over there, because it is one of those cities that is, as is true with most cities, it's a whole lot harder to rotate into than it is to rotate out of. So they want to get in there early and hold it pretty heavily. As Team Diamond going to be making their push through now over on the southern side themselves. One of the many southern teams that have been having some problems in terms of their rotation will just post themselves up, trying to spot up over the top of the hill, but haven't been able to find anything just yet. Tattoo Honeys, though, they took the shots off of Stuckers, and now they've decided to post up. They're actually looking like they want to engage here.
You can see Serbian Tiggleton firing some shots towards the bridge, but I don't think it's a little bit too far. I think it's more of the shots like, we are here. Just know that there's a player here. Do not approach. So we're seeing the Michael as well on the top of the hill, trying to look on the sides and see if they obviously know they have a team on their north side, right? In this compound, they heard the shots before as they just rotated. So they want to maybe just try to get a knock. If they get a knock, potentially they could maybe just decide to crash it. But before that, it's just gonna be these shots. Oh, this was really, really close. I think that was 1 HP. Michael, some really nice shots from here.
Really nicely done with that Mini 14 to be able to connect onto Bonias, but he is able to heal up. No real concern there for either player. It's a war of attrition to a certain extent. in a zone like this. Let's see how much it changes. Look, you said one of the chances have been going to Pachinki. I think they just got a whole lot higher.
Yes,
with this
I think
shift.
we might even bite our tongues for this round. Obviously, Pachinki is now in the middle, and we have those two compounds between School and Pachinki as well. They're probably gonna be a nice spot to be at as well. Now we're seeing all of the teams sitting in a car. Teams from the south, teams from the northwest side going into the zone deeper. Obviously, we still have like some nice positions left, yellow houses, ruins. People are probably gonna from the north side, they're probably gonna go there and check if that part is going to be in the zone or if it's gonna shift a bit more south and actually quite potentially Pachinki ending. We're going to see.
We will find out indeed. We'll find out whether Fade can even make it through at the moment, as everyone seems to be crashing straight into Pachinki pretty aggressively earlier on. Nice little 2K coming out there onto TRP as they try to make the crash. Two-head Shakur tries to finish off the job with the Groza, but it just isn't able to connect as he tries to move back for the heal. You can see Stuckers posted up over on the entrance to Pachinki. They are more than happy to try and gatekeep this and sponge up some kills, as that shift has left a lot of teams high and dry in terms of the positions they wanted to play, and it looks like more squads deciding to go Pachinki after all. GG with the crash, and Swedish goes to the spray. He actually lands the headshot there onto Fearless out of the vehicle. Really nicely done to be able to pick that one up, as the rest of the squad do make it a little bit deeper into the center. They need to be careful because obviously Stuckers are going to be posted up and more than happy to find the kills when they roll around, as well, every team is already inside zone, but they're far from safe with the circle like this.
Yeah, definitely. As we're going to see a lot of action going on in Pachinki. Obviously, the team that was looting Pachinki, they decided to take the northern part of the city. We see Stuckers, which are on a nice position. They managed to find a place for themselves in Pachinki. They already have 5 kills, so they started pretty strong in this lobby, and I guess we can expect a lot from them. If potentially the game ends up in the city. I mean, two-head Shakur, he has a Groza, and no one wants to be fighting close range versus that gun.
Exactly. He's just going to be playing kind of cautiously right now, just trapped in the corner. So apologies for the technical issues. Don't know what's going on there. The zone will just close in. It does become a bit of a waiting game for the teams in the center, though. It's a question of, are they really going to try and get aggressive here? Do they want to take the fight, or do they just want to hunker down, hope that Pachinki ends up being in that next circle, and then try and hold out every other squad that pushes in? It's going to be an interesting one. We should point out as well, Exile, a team that I really expected to get very aggressive early on, still yet to take an engagement, just kind of posted up in ruins, not really a care in the world about how things are going to go, unlike two-head Shakur, who's already able to pick up yet another kill.
Yeah, Exile had a pretty rough rotation. If I recall correctly, they were the team that was looting Kameshki, so the circle rotated super far away from them. So one of the options was to rotate far north, and this is what they did. So they are sitting alone on the north side of the circle for now. But as the circle is going to close in a couple of seconds, so we're going to see if they are a little bit lucky, if they're going to get the zone towards them, or if they're going to have to change their position. Oof!
Ooh. I love it. I love it. It's gone down to Pachinki. So many teams going to be in the center. I can already hear Kovo screaming right now because he's going to have to try and observe this whole thing. So I feel sorry for him. Fate, though, they are going to try and get themselves in super early, heading for those trenches just down to the south. They have played this whole game so far, I believe, with only 2 players. So impressive for them to even still be in it with how many teams tried to rotate past them on the south. This, though, I do not like from EX. All of their players inside of one vehicle. It's never a good position to be playing. It looks like they will be safe for now, but all it takes is one good spray, and that car is in trouble.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's an open area right now, so Fez here can actually connect some shot, and he does that, so vehicle is going to be pretty wrecked by the time it reaches the zone. So obviously, I don't know what was I can't remember where exactly did they loot, but it's quite unfortunate they didn't find more than one vehicle. They approached the little forest here close to the yellow houses, and there is a team Insane quietly waiting. Wow, I mean, they are on the edge of the zone, Insane, right now. They can obviously play this part still, but are they even are they even aware of the team that is on their heel? I mean, they're obviously fighting Exile here, but they are sandwiched right now, so they might get into a little bit of trouble if they are not going to play this smart.
Find out. Exile getting ready to push their way through. You can see 3x Beryl going to be playing point just behind the ridge, closing the gap. Have an idea. There is a squad here. Rafa, obviously from range, is taking some shots, maybe trying to cause a bit of a distraction for this team, but it's just not the case right now, as they all appear to have an idea that a push could come through relatively soon. Arix is there, almost pulled out the nade, ready to throw it, but it just isn't to be. As Exile, they are so split right now. All it's going to take is one opening knock, and they are in trouble. You can see Vixen is immediately going to make a move, as if I was Exile right now, I wouldn't be wanting to take this fight, but at the same time, they're a team of fraggers. They're probably itching to get going at this point.
Yeah, absolutely. And let's not forget about the fact that this is probably the best way to go towards the safe zone through, because everything else on their left side is in the open area, and teams have quite a unfortunate time if they decide to go through there. So obviously Exile doesn't want to leave this fight just yet. They want to maybe put some pressure on the team Insane and just get maybe that initial knock and pull out some frags and throwables and maybe go deeper. We already see Vixen is trying to. They are on the edge. Oh, unfortunate. Very unfortunate. He got knocked by a frag grenade there, and really good opening from Insane right now.
Really unfortunate nade to land there. Well, unfortunate for Vixen, I should say. For the other team, it was more than good, as a nice break comes out, but is immediately traded by Mind Never. Nade coming up over the top from Daisy to try and connect. It certainly looks like it could be close, but it's not going to be enough to get the knock, as now Rafa and Teji both play the backside of this ridge. They start to get third-party buy at jobs. The smokes need to come through, and well, Exile need to get aggressive quickly. The problem is, Rafa is just so far away, he really can't do anything. He's laying prone, and he has been spotted out by Doxil as well. Throws down another smoke for a little bit of extra safety, as he maybe saw a bit of movement. Unfortunately, though, the player gets down into the smoke, and all it's going to take is a DMR, and Rafa's out of it right now.
Yeah, and Tazy is all alone on that ridge. It's going to be really hard for him, even if he connects something, which he is not. They're exiled on the 14th position, eliminated, unfortunately for them. They did not have a good opener tonight, as we were mentioning. This is not going to be good for their confidence at the moment. They're going to have to step it up in the next game, especially since we mentioned them so many times already in our intro about how we expect a lot from them tonight.
Ooh, I was expecting that shot to hit, though, as it lands onto Arix. Nicely done there with the SLR. Beautiful onto the rotating player, just to find the head and get the knock out of the vehicle. But with this circle, things are looking brutal. Everyone starts to make that migration through, as Pachinki is almost looking inevitable at this point, at least for the teams that aren't currently inside zone, because the rest of it, well, is just so open. Sure, there's a couple dips that are playable, but nothing really effective that you're going to be able to make a game out of and pick up a decent number of points. You can see Insane right now try to make a push through the field. They've been peppered down by those DMRs, but it looks like potentially a crash could come through.
Yeah, I think they're not sure exactly what they want to do, because they were going towards the left side, towards that isolated house, and then they turned towards the team Noob Esports, but then they got shot at, and I think they're just gonna take top of the hill for right now and be probably very grateful that they survived that rotation through the Pachinki field, which is quite hard to rotate through, because you can't go full speed because there's a lot of bumps, and if players are shooting at you like from like what we've seen from the Sushi compound, etc., it's quite a tough time to have.
Absolutely, it is. As now it seems like finally the Pachinki team's starting to fight together, as Markovic was taken out. Vern is going to try and get up there for the revive, but it isn't looking promising. If this thing pulls hard to the east, then a lot of squads are going to be in serious trouble. It goes down to the south, so the edge of Pochinki is still in, but you got to think all of those squads over on the west of Pochinki are going to be opening up soon. As Swedish there with the shotgun realizes there are going to be players close, but hasn't been able to spot any of them out just yet. Pre-boosting, realizes the fight is only a matter of time away, and as soon as they clear up this one, there's likely going to be more squads filling in that aren't inside of the zone just yet.
Yeah, there's six or seven teams that I counted in Pochinki right now, and that's gonna be mayhem in literally less than 20 seconds. All of the teams are gonna have to go towards that towards that pizza part of Pochinki. And while I'm talking about that, let's see Markovic with a shotgun, a little bit of shoddy action, and he finds one knock here. He's going to confirm it probably, but his teammate is on his knees as well, and he's gonna have to get a rest off while other teammates from their team are trying to find some throwables. And I mean, we stayed only on one player, Mate up here on the top. He's going to try to get a rest off, and that was unfortunate for him. He's going to have to pull a 1v4 here.
Nicely plays a nade there to be able to deny the revive attempt. It's TRP that hold the top side. As you can see, Hyman and mate just throws down those nades to try and defend the staircase as long as possible. Fade will take a casualty as IP do try to make their way across the street and in to this fight. They've got themselves a crate. Let's see if they get lucky with a Groza as well. As NL looking around the back, realizing they are going to be getting pushed from behind. Swedish decides to play point as Vern just makes himself a bit of noise, but the shotgun from Swedish, that's not the fight you want to be taking with it. Instead decides to move back and hope that they get pushed instead. Exactly fall out in 13th position, and TRP doing everything they can to avoid being 12th.
Yeah, there is now so many teams that are trying to find their way towards that part of Pochinki. I mean, Team UK, which we mentioned earlier as well, they have bragging power. They have to find their way towards the fields, towards the north side of the Pochinki. I mean, obviously, they still have the zone, but as we've seen, it's probably going to shift away from Pochinki, and they're going to have to go a little bit closer towards the Numerlock team, which is still kind of fighting to get that last player, which is just above them, and all of that was obviously enough of the invitation for Team IP to start throwing a lot of throwables in the lower part of that building, and it's not a nice time for Team Numerlock right now. I'm pretty sure their heart rates are through the roof right now.
Absolutely. You can see that IP doing everything they can to try and survive, as Numerlock are just going to be pinned down in the bottom, especially as this next phase shifts. You got to think that all of these Pochinki teams are going to be in trouble of anything outside of a hard shift occurs. Let's see how it goes, and it will move away. So there's only one building in the whole of Pochinki that's still going to be inside it. Insane to fall as player is going to be able to finish off the job. Markovic does exactly the same thing. Now they try and switch up their attention. The headshot lands over there onto Adjov, but it's not going to be enough to find the kill. Instead, Shomai falls down. Swedish trying to find the trade, but it's just not able to connect. As Futra Boy, this is an old school strat right here, tries to jump up over the top with the vault onto the building, wants to catch them with the line of sight as the Molotov, well, it's damn near perfect, takes down Show Me. Frag grenades coming through from Marcy. That's a 3K already found. There's only one player left from the squad as now Yo tries to move their way in for the third party. Butcher Boy has spotted them out from above, gets the flush onto Lennox as two now remain. The headshot lands onto one. He's just laying prone, hoping for the best behind the wall as Yo try to make their way in, but it's not going to be an easy one for you, okay?
Wow, 200 IQ play from him. They're going to the rooftop and having an overview of the top floor, and as they annihilated the team inside, they just seen the rotation from Team Yo that I mentioned earlier on, and Futra can do a lot of damage here. He finds one more knock. Amazing play for him, and he's going to buy a lot of time for his team to find their position, to find their place, because he's doing God's work there on the rooftop, to be honest.
Absolutely, Marcy doing what he can to try and hold the spray. Oh, it lands the headshot, but one gets returned onto him as well. UOK fighting tooth and nail to remain in it, but the zone is closed in, and it looks like Marcy going to be forced to just make a run. Vern is going to be watching it. He's caught with a headshot, though. That's not ideal for Vern. As the Molotov comes through, it doesn't look like it's going to connect in the way that maybe they were hoping. Jam will be out of the fight as Marcevich tries to push his way through, spots the player out, but just too late as Futcher Boy is able to open up with the spray. Has an idea that there is still going to be a solo up alive behind the wall. Castle with the spray of his own tries to connect. UOK fall as Marcy is eliminated by the barrel. 6 teams now remain, and it's nearly an open field, and I'm sure more are going to deny before that zone closes.
Yes, as you were speaking, Fade got eliminated on 6th position. It's kind of unfortunate starting for them as well. And while I'm talking about it, this was an amazing knock. I gotta be honest, team IP is playing tremendously well right now. They're getting finding knocks after knocks. They have this little place for themselves to play at the edge of the zone. They have a little bit of these tunnels left, so obviously they can hold team STUK. We can call them stuck, I guess. And stuckers. And here comes the frag, but unfortunately it bounces off the wall. It's not gonna find a Bonias, which got arrested as well. But 2 other players from Stuck team, they got stuck in the house and they died from the zone.
Looks like we're going to get stuck again as we have another issue right here. Can't see exactly what's going on, but now that Tasman... Oh, no, it's back open again. Never mind. Our feed is a little bit broken as Boynius tries to move up over the top. It's two-head Shakur holding his own up above. Opens up with the spray down below, but it's the Molotov that's able to connect in the end. Sure, he does get taken out, but the Molly is going to be enough to take down Futra Boy. IP do finish off the job, but taking a casualty in return. Now the zone, it's shifted over to the west, and these Pachinki teams, it's finally worked out for them, but maybe too little too late.
Yeah, if I had to guess which player is going to push on that Groza, I would bet on Futro because he had a really nice game today and he managed to pull it off. He got himself knocked, but he's going to get help on the edge of the zone, as I say. Circle is going to be quite unfortunate for everybody. In the middle of the open zone, everybody's going to have to play those smokes and get out, and it's just going to be a matter of who is going to be a little bit more patient, wait on maybe some teams that are pushing too early, because there's not a lot of playable area, to be honest. Like, you're either prone or visible to everybody. So apart from the team IP, which has a little bit more bunkers to play, and team HNE, which made a little bit barricade with their cars and a couple of these metal fences, everybody else is kind of in a not a good position at the moment.
Absolutely. It's a brutal zone, I think it's fair to say, as the zone gets ready to move through. Team Diamond just about inside here, I think. I think they've just about edged their way in. They're going to have to reposition that DAS here, use those sandbags for cover, maybe the shack, but they are in, which is better than you can say for teams like down on the south, where Serbian Tiggleton is just about edging through. Futra Boy looking out with that Mini 14. Is everyone scouting? I think they've just realized, hey, there's no one in the top of this wizard tower. What's up with that? Let's look down the bottom, try and get a read, but right now it just becomes a bit of a waiting game as they finally see Mr. Lucky moving through. They're able to connect with the shots. Futra Boy just absolutely fragging out right now for his team. That's IP on 9 kills, almost 10 if he's able to flush this one out.
This is actually a really nice bait for his teammates from Tatuhanis. I don't know if you noticed, the rest of the team, everybody's proning towards the safe. So I'm pretty sure Futra was like, okay, I knocked one, but where's the rest of them? No one is in the tower already. But they played really smart and they proned their way in, and they're going to be able to get a rest off on Mr. Lucky as well. So they have 30-ish seconds here until they can catch their breath. They're going to have to boost up and find a way to play this further. Obviously, they still have a lot of smokes. We are watching Michael, who has 5 smokes left. He's going to have to smoke their way towards the safe. And while I'm talking about it, here comes a couple of frags, and Kobe's nothing connects, though they're a little bit too short, while Futro is watching all of that with his 8x scope. I mean, he has 5 kills already. He wants more.
It really feels like Michael hit the perfect frag grenade then, and a tree just went and griefed him.
Yeah.
That would have landed right on top of one of those players, but unfortunately for him, it's not to be right now. Castle, though, looking out himself, realizing that IP have to make themselves a bit of a move. The pre-fire through the fence does connect as Duffy falls. So does Serbian Tingleton. It's all down to Michael to try and sneak his way through, using the bush for cover and just hoping that these other squads look away, because it is so open in front of him right now. In comes the push, though, from IP. As they make themselves a bit of a crash, they will lose 2 players. It doesn't work out the way that they planned. DS player right now with the UMP in the late game, fragging out clearly. That's 2 kills for him, and looking like it could be 1 more if Futcher Boy is spotted out here.
Yeah, Futra is not in a good position. I mean, he obviously has this little hay bale to play, and he's going to smoke everything out, try to get a breather here, get into some better position for himself. He's going towards Michael, though, who is proning his way in. Michael, interestingly enough, he did not use his 5 smokes. He decided to prone his way in, and Futro is relatively close. I think that's maybe 20 meters apart. Michael definitely heard it. Is he going to risk it, stand up, and try to get a kill there? Obviously, he doesn't know how many people are there. He heard 1 set of footsteps, but maybe some other teammate is there as well. So he's just gonna take it slow with his cowboy head, but he does find Futro here at the end, and it's gonna be kill for him, but not for long because he doesn't have a helmet, and Team Diamond is looking directly his way, and that's going to be Tatsuhan is eliminated on 3rd position.
Really impressive there from Michael to be able to sneak his way in and pick up that kill. Spotted out the player, but waited until he had a really clean shot to be able to pick it up. Team Diamond, though, they're just going to shoot whenever they get the chance. As they lose 2, it's all down to Zembri right now. Opens up with the headshot. Beautifully done onto Mello. There's now only 2 players left up from HNE as the spot comes through. Make it a solo. The 3K potentially going to come out. Can he clutch it out and make it that chicken dinner? He's certainly going to try. Has a good read on where the player's going to be as the frag grenade comes over the top. It's able to connect. Down the player goes to low HP. Needs to get the heal off. And right now, it's all onto Zembri as the solo knows where the player is, or does he? 2 Molotovs still in his back pocket. You got to feel like it's only a matter of time till he decides to use them. He starts second guess himself. Where is that solo? As the player peeks out, he gets the read. Frag grenade comes over the top, but it doesn't quite land in the way he would have hoped. Zembri still holding, realizes he's got the mollies. Will he set him ablaze? He's certainly going to try. Just a little bit far to the side. The second, though, is almost dead on. Make it a 3rd as Rocco goes for the wide peak. He's being spotted. The lead abuse coming out, spamming from side to side. Zembri with the underhand flash. The player's going to be spotted. Out comes the headshot, and out comes the clutch. Team Diamond, the solo player, picking up 4 kills to be able to clutch that one out. What a clutch situation there.
Unbelievable play by Jamboree there. It's just 1 versus 4, and that's it. At that moment, it looked like, okay, whatever he does there, whatever flash he can get, amazing. And then he manages to clutch 1 versus 4. He was changing to Car 98. He knew that he was gonna need that 1 shot to manage to connect. He probably knew that he did some decent damage there on the last guy, but he stayed on 20 HP, managed to get that first aid up, and then the zone was pushing. He had nowhere to go. He had to go towards right. Jamboree saw that and just decided to just lost him for a while, and threw that stun grenade and managed to get a victory for Team Diamond. Amazing position, a 200 IQ play, and amazing fragging by Jamboree at the end.
What a way to start off the evening as well. 1 game and 1 chicken dinner. Decent number of frags to go with it. And of course, that clutch situation. The underhand flashbang catching the player out in the open. I like what Rocco tried to do. He was abusing that lean spam, spamming Q&E as much as possible. But it just isn't enough when you have that raw mechanical skill. Beautifully done with the mini, by the way, to land the headshots, the bodies to eliminate 2 of those players. And it took it down to 1v1. Good read on where that solo was going to be. Really nicely done. Let's head back to the studio to wrap up game number 1, though.
Thank you so much to Sanson and Chunks, and wow, what a game, guys. Welcome back to the studio. Wow, I couldn't believe the first game would be so exciting. You guys saw all the action. I mean, Sanson called for that Pachinki circle. That was pretty funny because it actually ended up happening. And that Pachinki field was very deadly for a lot of our teams, a lot of our players. But certainly the star of the show was Futra Boy, but then it turned out to be Zembari from Team Diamond. Yeah, Futra Boy, actually we saw that jumping on the rooftop action. That was absolutely genius. I'm sure you guys loved watching the first match, full of action, and then, oh my god, the finish, Zembari 1v4. We were almost certain, everybody who was watching here in the studio, we were almost certain that Hoshsi Noobs would take that chicken dinner, the first one on Erangel. But there is Zembari from Team Diamond getting all those kills. That was pretty ecstatic, and wow, that was quite an exhibition. But what I want to tell you guys is that we have another giveaway coming for you. So Samsung Odyssey made sure that on every stream we give you some prizes. So we will have a little question for you. I will let you know what the question is, but first I'm going to tell you what you're going to win. So by answering the question correctly in the live stream chat, you can enter to win a €50 G2A voucher provided by Samsung Odyssey. So, question. It's a really nice one. If you watched our day one stream, you'll probably know and you'll answer correctly. But again, watch out for the spelling. So the question is, who was the MVP of first day of qualification Group A? Good luck, fastest finger first wins. I'm sure you guys know who it is. Make sure you spell it correctly. And well, good luck. And we're going for a little break and a little word from our sponsors, and see you in game 2.
Open eye, feel the waves cut through me, hypnotized by the sounds I'm breathing in. Hold tight, chemicals collide. Hold tight, hold tight, hold tight. Dripping lights paint the skies, all because of you. Dripping lights paint the skies, only you. You make me
Well, welcome back, everybody, to Season 2 of the Samsung Odyssey Masters Group B. One game down. What a clutch to clean that one out. Really impressive end game coming out there to pick up the chicken dinner.
Absolutely. Jamberry from Team Diamond managed to get the 1 versus 4, but let's not forget about some other teams that showed up big time. Team IP that cleaned basically the whole Pochinki. They had nowhere to go, unfortunately, due to the zone, but they could have predicted that Pochinki at the end, at the last zone, is going to get out. So it was kind of tough position for them, but I mean, obviously, great strategic decision from Team Diamond. They took the bunkers in the middle of the field quite early, and they waited for their chance, and they managed to clutch it at the very last end. Let's just quick check our leaderboard now after the first match.
Yep. Obviously, Team Diamond getting themselves that chicken dinner and 11 kills to go with it. Take themselves that first position, but it's pretty close after that. Two teams tied for second on 13 points. For anyone who isn't familiar, it is the kill points that are the tiebreaker, which is why IP are up above in second. Outside of that, though, I can't help but notice a lot of teams with 0 points and teams that we wouldn't expect to be on 0 points. Exile being one of them.
Yeah, Exile had that unfortunate, relatively early fight. I mean, first they did not have any opponents around them on the northern side of the circle, but as the circle was pushing away from ruins, they were forced actually to fight early, and they lost a couple of players. And of course, when you're down to 2 versus 4, there's not much you can do. And unfortunately, they got eliminated quite early. 0 points for them, but there are still 4 matches to go. So obviously, we know they have knowledge, and we know they have fragging power, so we're probably going to see them stepping up big time.
I mean, speaking of fragging power, though, let's talk about Team Diamond for a second, though. Being able to not only clutch up at the end, but consistently pick up kills throughout that match was really good to see. Another squad who was able to do that had to be Stuckers, though. So they were able to get themselves a really nice set of kills going through that match. 8 kills in total and only a couple placement points, so really impressive to see. On the topic of kills, though, obviously Zembury 6 for Team Diamond. So impressive to see in just one game.
Yeah, and second and third position go to Team IP, which were clearing the whole Pochinki out. Literally, we've seen amazing plays from Futro, who decided to vault on the rooftop and managed to get himself quite a few kills there. So a really nice performance from them for the first game. On fourth position, Marcy, and on fifth position, Chui. Quite a lot of frags. We're going to see if the boys are going to continue with the same power.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's take a look over at the damage stats and see how similar they actually are. You'd think that the teams that were in Pochinki would be the ones that rack it up a lot more. But I got to give Michael his credit. Even, fighting in from the edge has made it into the top 4 there. Boynius, though, 909 damage in one game. Stuckers clearly putting in work.
Wow, absolutely. 909 points. Amazing performance by Bonias. Definitely. And from what we could see, he did not capitalize on those kills. He managed to do a lot of damage, but unfortunately, it was probably either stolen by someone else. I mean, he was obviously doing a lot of noise and a lot of damage, but just sometimes, unfortunately, kills don't go your way, but everything counts. That's why we have the damage shown. That's why we have the kill count, because this is PUBG and all of those things, especially in this esport count.
Absolutely. Speaking of important things, I think it's pretty important we get into match number 2 of the evening. Let's kick it off and see how this match is going to unfold over here on Erangel. Yet again, starting off with a beautiful cinematic plane shot. Let's see exactly where we're going to be ending up on this one after the plane path.
Yeah, plane has been pretty nice. It's going directly from north to south. So obviously, all of the teams that want to reach their destination are going to do so. We are probably not going to see a team, I think Exile, who decided to loot Kameshki in the first plane in the first game. They're probably going to find some other spot for themselves. But for now, it's looking like we are evenly spread. Maybe a little bit more team going towards the east side of the map.
Absolutely is a fairly similar playing path to last time, it's fair to say, but the question becomes now, are the teams that maybe landed a little bit close to each other, caused each other problems on the rotate, going to be making changes? And how similar is that circle going to be? I'd love to see a Severny circle. I just get the feeling right now that we're going to see one of those really northern circles just off of that playing path.
You just want everybody to rotate minimum 6 kilometers to 8.
Absolutely.
Lose all their gasoline by the end of the first zone. I'm kidding a little bit. Yeah, we can see. I mean, this is PUBG. Obviously, we've seen a lot, and it's really not excluded that it's gonna go there. But I think a little bit less extreme circle this time. We are going to watch fights around Gatka, from what I can see for now, or maybe it can even go other ways. But quite a lot of teams in the zone at the moment. We just see 2 teams on Sosnovka Island, probably going to find their way towards the zone later on through the left bridge. Even though it's not, it's quite possible that they choose to rotate all the way towards Milta as well. We'll see.
We will see indeed, as Stuckers landing kind of dangerously close to a couple other teams. I mentioned last match about how that southern coast is very hotly contested, but maybe weren't expecting teams to get quite that close this early on. It's a fairly similar circle to what we got last game. Sure, it's a little bit further west, but in terms of these southern teams, should the rotate really change up too much?
Yeah, we are definitely going to see what are the options. Obviously, the circle is a little bit better than the last one in the last match for the team that is looting Severny there. It's quite possible that the circle decides to shift towards the north side, and then they're going to have really nice time to find some nice spot for themselves. We are seeing 2 teams looting Georgie. I'm not sure if they were looting Georgie in the last match as well, but for now it looks quite calm for them, because one team is in the north Georgia, one team is on the south. No need to be aggressive there as well. And what else can I say? I mean, I was kind of hoping to see that early fight by the team Diamond, who got chicken in the last match. They were contesting Sosnovka, but they were contesting military zone, but then they decided to loot small compounds around and let the other team, I think Torpok TRP team is looting middle of the military.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things, isn't it? We are on competitive, which means that the loot has been pretty insanely buffed, so it's not the end of the world if you're not able to land over in a city, if you are going to be forced to maybe move off to the sides. So Team Diamond definitely not wanting to curse themselves after that chicken dinner like we've seen many teams do in the past. We often see teams pick up that win and then immediately go out in last place, so they're trying to avoid it, play a little passive early on, and maybe get themselves in a couple of placement points first. We'll see, though, as I do wonder how teams are going to play this, which teams maybe had a rough match last game will be able to make adjustments. I felt like Team Exile were going to be in a good position going into this one, as obviously, they played Ruins last game, and now that being dead center, they do need to make that rotate pretty quickly, though, if they wish to play that position, or, maybe they just end up playing Gatka right now.
Yeah, I mean, we are seeing a couple of players from their team in the vehicles already, but maybe they're repositioning or deciding to go maybe even towards the mountain. While I'm talking about it, I want to mention Team Numerlock, which decided to stay in Pochinki this whole time. The last match, they are a little bit maybe smarter this time, and they already rotated towards yellow houses and towards the ruins. They're going to get some nice positions for themselves, and potentially, I mean, they had quite a big luck with the circle last game. They landed Pochinki. The circle was in their favor for a long time, yet they only managed to grab 5 points and 7 positions. So we're going to see what they're going to show us this round. In the meantime, there is a lot of action going on the kill feed.
Yeah, you can see there, able to pick themselves up 2 kills pretty early on as Exile. Well, they're looking to find some of their own. As you can see the players leading out the side, it's going to be Vixen that opens up to eliminate Doxil. Nicely done to pick up that knock and immediately confirming the flush. Exile, that's the first point on the board, so they're going to be feeling good about themselves after that, as things are just looking so messy around Pochinki. As, I mean, we maybe expected it last game, but not really this game. Fade as well, down on Ferry Piers, setting up a bit of a camp, and just in no time eliminating Team Diamond.
Yeah, that's a really nice decision from a Fade. They probably saw, I mean, they looted Ferry Pier. They saw 2 teams are rotating, jumping towards Military Island. They anticipated one team is going to try their luck and rotate through this bridge. And obviously, we lost the team at Diamond now, which got chicken dinner in the last match. It's always quite unfortunate. You get the chicken dinner going strong, 21 kills in the first match, and now eliminated on the 16th position. What are they thinking right now?
Look, I said it, what, a minute or two ago? If you win the game, it's kind of a curse. You end up going out in 16th position. Team Diamond thought they were being sneaky and were going to be able to get out of there, but it just wasn't the case in the end. As you can see, Swedish has gone down here. The rest of his team are going to try and move their way through, but they need to be careful, obviously, with IP up to the north. DMRs and bolts in hand, looking to find Vern as he goes for the revive. The line of sight isn't quite there, but there are just so many players around that could potentially try and sneak up. It seems like right now, though, none of them really wanting to.
Yeah, while you're talking about it, I'm looking at the map. The Tattoo Honeys. I'm not sure the Tattoo Honeys. They did not decide to camp the bridge, and they managed to get the team TRP getting close to them. But they're going to be in the rotation through the very similar area. So quite potentially, if someone notices one of the vehicles, there could potentially be a clutch as I'm watching right now. But we're going to see what happens with them. In the meantime, Team IP, which also did amazingly in the last match, in quite a lot of trouble right now. One person alive, one knocked. What happened there?
It's a good question. I gotta wonder what team exactly were thinking right there as they tried to make the crash in. The vehicle was smoking. There's only one player left up. If Vixen had landed that final shot, it would have been able to finish off the job. But it's Rafa in the end who does it. Down go Team Exactly in 15th position as we get towards that 8-minute mark already. 2 squads eliminated, and anyone who got those kills is going to be more than happy. Exile, obviously, after coming out of last game without a single point, going to be over the moon that they've just been given so many free points.
Absolutely, and not only that, but also a premium position right now on the map. So if they get a little bit lucky, they are going to have a very great match for themselves. There is not too much going on the map right now. There have been some shots fired from the far. All teams are just measuring their strengths from afar. And even if there are a couple of knocks, they can probably get them rests off, because all of the fights, as I can see, are over 200-300 meters. While talking about it, we have a team, Tattoo Honeys, rotating all the way from the south. I was kind of thinking they're going to fight the other team that was rotating from Millie Island, but no. Team Tattoo Honeys went towards the Pachinki Hill, and Fade, I think Fade heard it.
Yeah, it definitely seems like they're going for the reposition. Mr. Lucky not afraid of making noise there as he opens up with the spray. Going to follow it up now with the frag grenade over the top, but it's just too wide as Fade have already started splitting out right now. Serbian Tiggleton wants to move his way down the ridge a little further to catch these players in an off angle, but it hasn't been the case just yet. Moving through bit by bit now. Spots out the players, but moves back just before taking the damage. Duff, though, will be able to take down Duffy as Michael just sneaking around the back, ready to get involved himself, hoping to catch those players from an off angle, but clips them with a beautiful headshot there onto Serbian Tiggleton.
Yeah, we're watching one fight that is pretty interesting, because we mentioned earlier on Tattoo Honeys. They have some really nice fraggers as well, and the team they're fighting Fade in the last match, they did not do too well, so they're obviously hungry for some kills. They already have 4 this round, and I think we can say that they have Pachinki Hill for themselves, because Tattoo Honeys, they decided to rotate Saturn from it and just drop this fight for now. They lost 1 player, and they don't want to lose more.
I mean, can you blame them? They're not inside the zone. Of course they want to get out of here and get themselves into position. So Fade likely going to follow suit and do the same thing right now as Phase 2 has popped. It has moved away. Serbian Tiggleton still trying his best to get some distance on it as we head towards that 10-minute mark. He'll instead opt to play over towards the shack. So bit of an interesting strategy here from them as Fade tried to... Are they going to push this? Surely not. It looks like Fade wants to push onto this.
Yeah, it's kind of
Oh.
unfortunate. Oh, yeah, I think he lost his car. Something happened there. And now this was very unfortunate because Michael knocked his teammate with a car. Did Nick watch the kill feed though? Is he? Oh, I'm not sure. I think this is the safest option for them. Serbian Tingleton is going to continue to bandage in the car. They're just gonna try to get away from there, even though they're getting chased a little bit. But I think they're gonna be able to get a breather and rotate to the zone all the way from the southern side. And the Fade Gaming doing a lot of mess here, but they didn't manage to capitalize on this damage done. But at least they said, hey, this is our hill. Get away from here, and they're going to have a little bit easier rotation to the safe because they can still stay on the Pachinki hill for a while before they think about their further actions.
Absolutely is. I mean, they have lost one, but it's not the end of the world. You can see Scouter starts to move his way back towards HNE to get himself an opening, but it just hasn't been enough as they're in a really tricky position right now. Only just inside zone. It's going to be Flink that's actually able to open up onto Hovner as Rocco does what he can to provide fire support, but he just doesn't have any idea where these shots are coming from. He hasn't found the line of sight. Does see a little bit of movement from the ground floor of the Wizard Tower, but no kill able to connect just yet as they will remain safe. Rocco just anchoring and hoping his teammates can get to cover.
Yeah, he was trying to buy some time to his teammates, and they managed to get the rest off, obviously. But they had also bought enough time for the team TRP to rotate a little bit around the church, and they have some nice ridges there, some nice angles. I'm not sure, do they know about the player GEM on the flank there a little bit? But I mean, for now, they definitely know about him because there was just one frag flying just and exploding just above his head. It's quite interesting that he did not get damage from it.
A little bit far, unfortunately, but Flink landing those shots extremely close, almost manages to finish off the job again. A scouter still scouting out for that solo player as TRP just way up above and hope that they can find themselves a couple more kill points. That they do, as Hovner will be going down. It's unlikely his squad will be anywhere nearby for the revive as, oh no, he doesn't spot the player underneath the truck. Now finally sees the movement, but it's just a little too late as the player stands up. He connects with the body. That should be the end of him, and down goes Mello. HNE losing yet another.
Yeah, unfortunate. I mean, it was a decent idea, decent positioning, but once you get caught in that area, if you're trying to rotate away from it, if you don't have your teammates covering for you, you're going to be in a lot of trouble, which we just saw. But it's okay. It's okay, unlike the zone.
Yeah, this zone is going to cause some problems now. It heads up towards Everest. Exile going to be kicking themselves right now, thinking, why didn't we take this earlier when we had the chance? When we dropped Gatka, it was free, but they're still not in a terrible position. I will say those Stuckers are looking really strong as they get themselves up above. Teams get ready to backfill. You can even see over at Georgia Bowl squads starting to drive past each other and take some shots and, well, find a knock out of it as well.
Yeah, the Stuckers have really nice position on the Everest, but there is going to be quite a few more teams which want similar position, because we can have like up to 3 to 4 teams up on the Everest if they're positioned a little bit differently, a little bit further away from each other. Obviously, there is going to be a lot of fights, and we can see right now on the east side of Everest, we have a crash. 2 teams, Numerlock, crashed on the same exact position like another team, and it's going to be a very early fight for them. 46 alive, 14 teams, and Markovic here with a shotty.
Shotgun on Everest, not something you see used too often, but Markovic going to try and make the most of it right now. As you can see, Numerlock start to move their way around. Swedish is there, M4 in hand, opens up with the damage, cancels the first aid, goes to hitfire, but isn't able to finish it off. It's going to be Frivy instead that lands the headshot. Markovic from the side, though, definitely punishes with the M4. In comes the shotgun, close range. Can he find the player? Yes, he certainly can. Allen goes down, but Stuckers, they hear this shot and they are more than happy to get involved. You saw the damage connect from above, as now it's just a case of HETF doing what they can to try and stay in it, but it's not looking likely as Feast moves over the top. It's the DP28 that clutches up. 3K found. Nicely done. Numberlock, it looked like they had their number and were going to be able to pick up the kills, but in the end, it is denied. And Rafa, well, he does exactly the same. Exile finally flex out and pick themselves up another kill point.
Oh my god, I think Exile was listening to that fight for quite some time, and then they obviously decided to join. They decided to move from the south side of the circle towards the Everest and managed to get that last kill on the guy who was holding DP. I gotta be honest, quite an interesting pick of the guns, considering the fight is on Everest. We've seen shotgun, we've seen DP. I mean, obviously decent guns, but for Everest.
Yeah, it's an interesting play to see the DP used in that position. Scouter, though,
Oof.
did they just knock each other?
It's
the
quite-
zone. I didn't realize they were in the blue. I was so confused then. I was, can you knock each other in PUBG? Like, I've got thousands of hours in this game and I've never seen that happen.
You've never
They were
seen
in
a
the
trade
blue.
like that.
I was like, you can kill each other at the same time? That's insane. But no, they were in the blue. That explains it all. Now only one player left up from TRP. That confused me then.
Yeah, I've actually seen only one trade ever in PUBG, and it was a fist fight. And I don't know whether that was like a ping difference or something, but I managed to kill a guy with fists, and he also died from my fists. But never again after that. Obviously, there is no trade in this game. They made it on purpose. So for people who are not watching PUBG very often, like if you get the knock first, the bullet that hits you gets let's say deleted. So what we've seen here is definitely damage from the blue. Chunks thought a little bit different, but blue
I
says
missed it
he's
in the
making.
kill feed. I got confused. Look, that'd make it a whole lot more exciting, though, when it comes down to the 1v1s. They kill each other, but not to be. Anyway, Fade, they're going to struggle with this one. Taking a look over at the zone. They've got quite a push to make and a very open area of terrain to make it through with all those players posted up on Everest. It's not going to be an easy one, I think it's fair to say, as everyone tries to post up. You can already see one on the south playing that hillside, just ready to open up onto Fade when that rotation comes.
Yeah, we have three teams in the middle of the Everest. Obviously, there is a team that's just joining. We can see Serbian Tiggleton joining his Tatuhani's teammates. Michael was holding this position for quite a while. I mean, decent position for them to play. They can hold off quite a few teams. So they're shooting towards We Are Not Toxic team, which is still outside the zone, but zone is now pushing them as well. So they're going to have to find their way. And obviously, Dodik here, nice choice of the gun. He's playing a sniper as well. I know he can land some pretty nasty shots, but I think now they have to think more about the rotation than getting those shots, even though they got the knock on Maruna from FaZe, and that's 1 point for them. But now they're looking at a lot of issues for themselves because they are going to have to play the lower ground of Everest, and that is very often not a nice position to be at.
Absolutely, it is not. Golden Gunners, though, look at this. They have FaZe in their sights. Rotis is just waiting for his team to make a move. Surely when Duff hops out that vehicle, he's going to take it. But no, he moves around the back instead and calls this out to his team. Maybe it's time for the crash to come through as Golden Gunners going to be sending it up above them. They don't decide to crash, and Clemson do what he can to punish. Rotis, though, is there to take down Duff, throwing Fade into disarray right now as the fire comes up through the tree line, tries to connect with the second. It just isn't enough. Golden Gunners have pulled up, but there are so many players up above. Exile, Rafa doing what he can to take the shots down to try and punish.
Yeah, that was looking quite amazingly. I hope we're going to have a replay on that shot. Meanwhile, we're watching Team Exile, which found their position to the middle of the circle to Everest, and it's looking quite good for them. We were talking about them earlier. They managed to win the fight on the up and down, and they managed to get to this position. 4 kills so far, looking pretty strong. They are not getting contested on this side of Everest, at least not for now. And maybe Rafa is just scoping a little bit around him towards the lower ground, trying to see if there are some teams that are going to rotate from north. But for now, everything seems pretty good for them.
Seems that way, but the question becomes, how long's it gonna last? Dodic here. Oh, you see the replay. Look at that shot he was able to connect onto. Fade out of the vehicle. Beautiful headshot coming through there. Now, though, Dodic, after picking up that amazing shot earlier, will fall. It's Boynius that's able to finish up the job. 9 teams remain. Only one more team needs to fall, and we finally get into those all-important placement points.
Yeah, it was looking good for team for Dodic's team. We are not toxic when he landed that shot, but unfortunately they had to find their way towards the safe. And as I said, playing a lower part of Everest is really not something that you want to do. It's more that you're forced to do that. But meanwhile, we're seeing Stuckers, which are holding top of the Everest. A here in 2-head Shakurs. 2-head Shakur is quite often finding some 2 out of 2 games. First Groza, now
Look, it takes a lot of confidence to go for those drops, and some players prefer not to. It just seems like 2-head Shakur does what he can to get them. Unfortunately, though, not doing quite as well with the AWM as he did with the Groza, as We Are Not Toxic do fall in 9th. It guarantees everyone else in the lobby themselves at least 1 placement point.
Yeah, Stuckers here are doing quite a lot of noise on the top of the Everest, and they're trying to hold multiple teams from going into the towards the middle of the zone. And here Bonias is doing some damage, but also receiving. He decides to re-peek that on 8 HP. Quite brave from him. He doesn't have a helmet. You can see his dino head there, and he's going to throw a molly and go back to rest a little bit. Meanwhile, a 2-head Shakur finds a really nice knock on Maoyan, and it's looking really good for a team. Stuck at the moment. Insane is eliminated on 7th position. Stuck has 6 kills and still holding top of the Everest.
Absolutely. Stuckers looking really strong in this position. A squad that we knew had that fragging power, but the same as Exile, haven't really had a chance to flex it in the way we would have hoped. Squeaky continues to put out that damage. That's 6 kills so far for the squad as they try to move in a little bit further. They have the high ground. They know that Everest is where things are ending. They just need to be so cautious of teams like Fade, who could potentially sneak up below them and cause some problems as that zone closes in.
Yeah, we're looking here. We have only one player from Fade. That's Nick, and he is just out of the edge of the zone. He's trying to find his way up. Obviously, we see him playing M2 for a 9. It's after the buff. I gotta admit, it's an insane gun. I don't know if you tried it yet, Chunks, but it shreds.
Yeah, it's one of those guns that I think has slipped under a lot of people's radar for the longest time. I remember back in NA, like last year, it felt like there was a trend of everyone rocking the M249 at one point. So we'll see whether it starts to come back after the buff or not, but it certainly looks like there are a couple players going to try and bring it back with a vengeance. Rotis, though, still trying to survive with that barrel. Spots out the player from Fade. Was he spotted himself? It's good question, as I don't think Fade have the info right now. He's just sneaking up. Could cause some major problems for them, as you can see his teammate down below, just chilling with the M249, ready to spot out that final player.
Yeah, Nick is checking everything below him. However, he did not check his close proximate right side. And now one of the Golden Gunners just spotted him. And Roris here he was really patient. He was waiting for that moment. He was waiting to hear those footsteps getting further away. He got out of the prone and got that kill for himself. But now they're going to be in a lot of trouble because both teams on top of the Everest are looking towards them.
Good discipline coming out there to be able to hold his nerve as Golden Gunners remain with 2 up. Every other squad is a full 4 stack, so it's not ideal. Boynius looking to try and finish off the job as he goes for the peak, but realizes he's just exposed himself a lot. He isn't going to make that mistake again. Moves up the hill to group up with the rest of his team as Stuckers just spot out Exile. They want to take these shots so badly, but they just haven't found a clean line of sight as of yet.
Yeah, obviously they don't wanna peek too much, and we are watching at Stuckers who know there is a guy out there in the smokes, and now they're finding him. Rodis got knocked, and he's also going to get flashed. Team GG is down to one player. It's not looking very good for them right now because he has 8 players above him on Everest who are going to know that he's trying to find his way in. And while we're talking about top of the Everest, I can't help to notice that Team Old on the south of the circle, they're playing very passive. They have been staying on the edge of the zone for quite some time. Obviously, they don't want to get close to the Everest because we know there is a lot of open areas down below. But they are now forced to make a move, and they have only one player on the edge of the zone, while some other players are already shooting at them, and they're either going to have to get into the cars, which I'm not sure they have, and rotate from either left or right side of the Everest, because going straight up top, I'm not sure if that's the option for them right now.
It's a good question, isn't it? As well, Exile try and finish off that top team. They're not really too concerned about that squad down to the south, so it seems like now would almost be the perfect time for them to make a push. Sure, Vixen is scouting, but he doesn't really have any good info. Those trees are so thick that if players were to try and sneak up down below, I'm not sure how much he'd really be able to spot, as Exile maybe realizing they need to focus onto this fight as the zone continues to close through. It looks like it's going to be bit of a pressure cooker up on the top of the hill. Exile versus Stuck, as it's only a matter of time until these teams have to take a full team-on-team fight instead of just those pot shots towards each other with the DMRs. As Yabba Dabba is down below, it seems like he has an idea of where those players are, but not wanting to take any fire, give away his position just yet.
Yeah, obviously they're going to have to get their smokes out and going to have to find their way towards the zone. As they're getting closer to the Everest, they're going to lose that cover from the trees, so they're going to be in quite unfortunate situation for themselves because both of the teams on top of the Everest are going to look down. They don't have to take fight against each other, so they basically, all of them are looking towards Team Old, which is now, we can see some of the players are already in the zone, but they are going to lose smokes, they are going to lose cover, and it's just going to be a matter of time before they get deleted, unless someone else doesn't make some move, like one of the players that's left from GG. He made his way on the north side to the safe, but is he going to be able to make a difference 1 versus 4 versus Team Exile there? We're going to see.
We'll see indeed, as Stuckers tried to take shots all around, not to much success. Boynia still able to connect with a little bit of fire. It seems like Stuckers want to be the ones that make a move, even though they realize they have to expose themselves pretty heavily to Exile if they want to grab the center of this Phase 8 circle. Remember, this Phase 8, it is the last shift of the game, so the next zone is just going to be a dot at the center that these teams are going to have to find their way into. Rafa seemingly has an idea that there could be a player behind them from Golden Gunners, or maybe thinking it's from Stuckers, but doesn't peek enough to be able to actually spot out the solo and finish off the job. So still, Golden Gunners remain in it just with that one player as Hori tries to move up from below. It looks like Old are finally going to try and strike.
Yeah, Hori managed to find his way into the zone. He's just below Tazy. He's holding a relatively nice angle for his teammates there. And I mean, it was looking really good for Team Exe here. But I gotta be honest, now with Hori just below them and one more player from the GG on the north side, they could get pinched when they start shooting, when they start fighting. They could definitely get third-partied. And we're saying that, like, it's the last zone, Phase 8. Obviously, when this closes, everybody's gonna start moving towards the middle, so there's not going to be a lot of cover left, and it looks pretty good for the team Stuck now, which is actually finding some nice kills on the Team Old, which is now down to 2 players only.
It's a rough one for them, it's fair to say, as Stuckers limited in terms of ammo by the looks of things. That vest of 2-head Shakur is just absolutely shredded as well. Squeaky looks out, doesn't actually spot the player wide open down below from Golden Gunners. So Edam's still going to remain in it for a little bit longer as they start to drop themselves ammo. Teji is going to be able to finish off Old. Nice little 2K to do the job down there. 3 teams remain, one of whom is a solo and just trying his best to sneak in. Stuckers realize now that they are going to have to be the ones to make a move. They are a little bit further away from the zone. Sabonius moves down below, loots up himself some util, not realizing just how far below and Rafa actually is.
Yeah, Rafa is trying to sneak up on the lower side of the circle. Obviously, both teams are trying to spread as much as they can to control the circle, and it's quite unfortunate terrain to play on this late in the stage, because you are having this crosshair on a player, and then suddenly you just sidestep a little bit, and you manage to drop down for 10 to 15 meters. So obviously, everybody's going to try to find a little bit of playable area for them. You can see how steep this is. Bonias is just trying to spot some of the players. He does not have a helmet, so I assume, yeah, he's going to get knocked almost immediately. That's a really nice opener there from Team Exe, which are now also down to 3 players, because Stuck has also managed to get a knock there. So we're watching at the 3 versus 3 with Exile right now having a lower ground.
11 kills so far for Exile. This is amazing to see, but Rafa, he's not happy with that lower ground. He wants to move up above. He's been able to throw the Molotovs over the top as Vixen falls. Teji's there for the trade. Exile now down to just a 2-man, as are Stuckers, but it looks like Stuckers certainly looking for that revive as more mollies coming up over the top. Rafa just throwing them left, right, and center. Not really connected in the way they would have hoped. No frag grenades either to work with, but Squeaky actually ends up going down to the play zone right now. That's not ideal. It's a 1 versus 2. But look at Teji right now. He's got 20 bullets left in his gun. He's not going to be able to make this happen. It's all down to Rafa, really, to be able to land the shots. That he does, though, with the headshot. And Exile Esports are going to be able to pick themselves up a 13-kill chicken dinner. Everest ending. Tonight's games have just really not disappointed.
Amazing play by Team Exit. They managed to fight. They managed to find some fights early. They managed to get everyone dead, and they were just going towards the middle of the circle. They saw that it's going to be Everest ending. They found themselves a great position. They were sharing the same position with quite a few teams, but they managed to hold it off. And eventually, I was a little bit scared for them at the moment. It looked like they're going to be sandwiched a little bit with one player left from GG on the north, and with the team old on the south side, but they managed to stay cool, calm, collected, and they got chicken dinner for themselves. Pretty impressive.
Yep, really impressive performance to see right there, especially with how many teams ended up contesting Everest. It feels like usually you only have 1 or 2 squads up there, but when the zone started shifting more and more in that direction, teams started to realize, look, this is our best bet of being able to pick up the chicken dinner. So impressive there to see them get themselves that win. Obviously, so many other squads fighting it through. But before we go into our final wrangle of the evening, let's go back to the studio to wrap that one up.
Good job! Welcome back to the studio, guys. Good job, Exile Esports, guys. Guys, I don't know what to say. This game was really exciting. From the beginning, we saw that the central circle, everything was pointing towards Everest, and so it was a very, very intense fight in the end between Team Exile Esports and, of course, Stuckers. At some point, they were at 4v4, but then I think Rafa from Exile Esports put the nail to the coffin and finished that fight. Oh, that was such a fun game to watch, honestly, and I believe you all enjoyed it. But what you will enjoy even more, as you can see, is some Pay Safeguard vouchers. Am I right? So, as you know, every day of the tournament, we give away some Pay Safeguard vouchers. Value is 50 euros. And also, that is for MVP viewers who managed to win the pick'em on our website, www.samsungodysseymasters.com. You go over there, find the pick'em, fill in your pick, and you can participate in winning a voucher of 50 euros from Pay Safeguard. Of course, just like the players, each day of the tournament, there is an MVP who wins a voucher of 100 euros. But for the finals, the voucher is 500 euros. So, I mean, lucky whoever wins the MVP on finals days. So let me tell you a little bit more about Pay Safeguard. Basically, Pay Safeguard you can get anywhere, like a grocery store or a petrol station, depending where you live, depending on your country. And you can use it to pay online on different platforms. And all you get is a 16-digit code. You put it in. It's very safe. It's very easy. You don't need a bank account. You don't need like any kind of credit card or anything. But the cool thing is you can also just make a free account. You don't need to just go and buy a voucher. You can make a free account over on PaySafeCard website. You just fill in your details. You get a username and a password. And basically you can store all of your codes on your account. And then you have full cost control and you can use it to pay anywhere on any platform that allows it. So with that said, I wish luck to everybody who participates in our Pay Safeguard Pick'em. And yeah, next up is game 3. It's the last Erangel for today. Sanson and Chunks will welcome you back. Those are our casters. They will welcome you back after a short break. And that's it for me. See you in a couple of moments. Bye.
I've been getting out of bed these past few days. Think it's fair to be proud about it. I've quit ordering from all those fast food chains. I'm feeling better, there's no doubt about it. And my days are brighter, my shoulders are so much lighter. Just for a moment there, I thought that there was nothing more to life. I thought about it, wrote a couple songs about it. Just for a moment there, I lost myself. Mind if I be real for a minute? It's almost like everything I feel had a limit. It now gone past. Finding reasons to smile and to laugh, and whenever it's a bad day, music is my band-aid. All the lights, spent an hour with my memories, and then I realized it's not all black and white. Like I was colorblind, but mentally, yeah. Now my days are brighter, just no longer feeling tired. I don't wear my PJs.
Welcome back, everybody. After our second match tonight, this was quite remarkable. A chicken dinner. Chunks, what is there to say?
There's a lot to say, isn't there? The fact that we've had two pretty awkward circles for these teams to try and navigate, starting off over in Pachinki and now over on Everest. I think Samsung Odyssey Masters Season 2 is not disappointed so far. It's been an exciting one to watch, to say the least.
Yeah, we are going to quickly check the stats after this match and see what changed, guys.
Absolutely.
Wow.
Suckers get themselves that insane amount of kills. Still no chicken dinner, but based purely on the placement and the number of kills they've got. They've grabbed themselves first place, but it's Exile and Diamond are 2 game winners in second and third place, respectively. It shows that that's the beauty of this format. Just because you're not winning doesn't mean you can't be up there at the top.
Absolutely. It's all about the consistency here. When we're talking about the consistency, it's some placement points, obviously, and accompanied with a lot of kills, which obviously Stuckers are doing really well in the last 2 matches. So we're going to see if they're going to continue with the third match. But before that, let's see the kills done. And as we mentioned, Stuckers, 2 players out of 5 on the kill leaderboard.
And 8 kills there as well. That is so impressive to see. 5 for Boynius and 6 for Zembri. Really nicely done. A lot of players going to be tied on 5 right now. And I am excited by the fact that, look, game 1, we had, 4 teams without a single point. Now, after game number 2, there's none. Everyone at least has 3+ points. So it shows teams are starting to warm up a little, and hopefully it means that going into the rest of the night, everyone will be able to put up some decent fights and start racking up some points of their own. I'm excited to see how game 3 ends up unfolding and which team is really going to surprise us and come out and put in work. But look at that, Stuckers, all 4 players in the top 5 for damage.
Unbelievable damage done by that team. Obviously, they are leading right now after 2 matches. So if they don't have chicken dinners, they have to have something. And this is definitely what they have. A lot of damage done. And not just damage done. They managed to secure those kills. Very often we see some teams that manage to get a lot of damage done, but end up with maybe not so many kills because some other teams manage to grab that from them. But we can see that Chunkers are really... I don't know, Chunk. I think you could be kind of a little bit proud of them because, I mean, Chunkers, I don't know.
Yeah, Stuckers.
Stuckers, I'm sorry.
I was going to say,
I was like, Chunkers.
No,
Sorry.
Stuckers, yeah, they are far from stuck at the bottom of the leaderboard. They are up there at the top. They are cementing themselves up. I mean, look, 2-3 more games like this, they're going to be pretty much guaranteed qualification through to the next round. So it's going to be interesting to see whether they are able to keep it up or whether things are maybe going to slip off. Hopefully they can finally get that chicken dinner that they have come so close to the past 2 games.
Yeah, absolutely. There's 3 more games left. This is the last Erangel. Obviously, it's looking really good on Erangel for them. We're going to see how the last one is going to look. Are they going to be able to get that chicken dinner? And we're going to hop into this last Erangel of the day and see what is changed with this playing path. First, some nice blue skies.
Always got to start it off nice and relaxing. The calm before the storm, isn't it? As it looks like we are going to get another fairly north to south playing path. This one going to be a bit more across though, so maybe going to unlock a bit more of that map. Not going to be stuck with that straight north to south playing path. This time going all the way down to Milta. Off of this playing path, what would you prefer? If you had to pick, would you go for one of those central ones, or are you one of those people that goes for like a Milta Power Zaki circle off of this?
I'm not. It all depends. It all depends on the day, obviously. But you know,
depends if you're watching or playing, doesn't it?
Exactly. When you're watching, you want some wild circles. You want something wild to happen. Huge rotations. Some potentially early fights or some rotation caught. Obviously, when you're playing, you're just trying to get as close as possible to the circle and not have to worry too much about which way you're going to rotate. Is there going to be someone? Are we going to have enough gas? Did someone pick up a gas can? Because those things matter in those crazy rotations. But obviously, the circuit is going to show in a second. We are seeing so many teams actually on the east side of the circle. Only, if I can see, I think only 4 teams plus Verni a little bit on the right side, on the left side. Everybody else is just kind of decided to go towards Milta Power and circle once again. I think, if not the same circle, very similar to the last one.
I think that's pretty much an identical circle to our last one, and it looks like one of those boring ones, but I think we should have learned from last game that circle 1 doesn't really mean anything, and we could end up going absolutely everywhere. As Stuckers, obviously after an amazing performance that game, are going to be looting up and in an interesting position to try and get in, first of all, obviously just about on the edge of phase 1. I'm interested to see how they decide to play this. Do they go for the same strategy? Do they go all the way up to Everest like last game, or do they maybe play a little bit more over on the edge and wait for that phase 2, phase 3 push to really consolidate themselves in a good late game position?
Well, obviously, I guess whatever the tactic in the past the game was, it worked really well for them, and they did manage to get the chicken dinner at the end. Ended up on the second position because obviously we were talking about it earlier. Team Exile, which you can see right now, they're in the middle of the circle, looting Gatka. Quite a fortunate circle for them, just as the last time. So I think whatever tactics they chose the last time, they're going to go with it because both teams they managed to grab a lot of points. From the last game as well. But let's see some other teams as well. I can see Fade, one of the teams that you were mentioning a lot. They're in the 6th position right now with only 13 points. Obviously, after the second match, they managed to climb on the 2 positions up, but they are having quite a lot of trouble to get those crazy games going. When I say crazy games, I say like games we know they can pull off because they definitely have the knowledge and they definitely have the frag power.
Absolutely. I mean, look, it is a best of 10, so it comes down to being able to put up 1 or 2 big performances throughout the event. Will at least confirm you a spot in that relegation battle, but you want to be in the top 2. You want to be able to pick up a decent number of points per game, confirm yourself up at the top. Team Diamond, hello! Zeron, what are you doing? He spots out Dodic, finally takes the shot, but left it a little bit late then. That was a risky one.
He waited for quite some time, but he managed to find Dodic there, who is as we saw the last match, owner of that beautiful sniper shot that we saw on the replay. Team Diamond got themselves a point. Obviously, they want some more points. They had a horrible last game after initial chicken dinner. They ended up on the 16th position, and they do not want to see that match again. Obviously, they have a huge rotation to go, and a lot of teams in front of them. So they knew there's a player around Prison. They managed to capitalize on that kill, but now they're going to have to think about their rotations because they have quite some destination to go, right?
Absolutely. It's all well and good being able to make the most out of a circle that a lot of teams struggle with and making the most out of your position and getting the win out of it, like we saw Team Diamond do in game number 1 with that Pachinki circle. But now it's a case of being able to do it when the circle doesn't go your way. That is when we separate the weak from the strong, and the squads that are really able to consistently frag it out from the ones who can't. As you can see, HNE going for the sushi buildings, hoping for another one of those Pachinki circles, seemingly.
Yeah, exactly. This is their position in the first game as well. They went for that sushi compound, as you said, and they managed to get the circle going towards them. So maybe it will pay off for them as well. I somehow feel like we're going to have a little bit, maybe even a north shift. I wouldn't be surprised to see a little bit of. I mean, for us casters, that would probably be a little bit more interesting because a lot of teams would have to find their way towards the circle across the bridges, etc. It would be a lot of choke points, but of course teams are maybe like hoping for some other ending.
Yeah, I mean, every team hopes that it's just going to go dead center onto exactly where they are right now. They're not going to have to move and nobody's going to crash them, but it's not what would make it exciting, is it? We want to see teams have to crash in. Speaking of a team that, maybe should have been doing a little bit better, Tattoo Honeys down here on the south, a squad that, looking at the names on the team, I had as one of my favorites coming in. Michael, obviously, an insane fragger. I was maybe expecting a little bit more off of them.
Yeah, definitely. When I look at the leaderboard, they are on the 8 positions with only 10 points. So first 2 games didn't go too well for them. But I mean, we know their power. We know what they can do. So obviously, as you said, it's best of 10. You need 1 or 2 great games. This right now, what they're showing is not enough to be on the very top of the leaderboard. But there are still 3 games to go. And if they find themselves really some nice position, as I can see, they're going towards the Pachinki Hill, they might have a great game for themselves potentially if the circle rotates towards Pachinki. And I mean, this hill is going to be a premium position to be at.
Yeah, I can't help but wonder as well just why Michael is so far back. He's all the way over at farm at the moment, separate from the rest of his team. Not sure whether he had any technical issues, was going for a vehicle over towards Monkey Compound or something, but that's just not ideal for
Or
him.
just couldn't find the loot, PUBG things.
Yeah, just take your time looting. Your entire team are yelling, no, we need to rotate now. Just like, I just need to find a med real quick. We've got meds. No. just spend an extra few minutes looting. But you know what? It's not really going to harm them too well. They've got themselves the position they were looking for. Sure, they may have to contest a couple squads, but at least they're looted, they're getting in early, and then come that phase 2 pop, they can immediately start rotating through, because that's when the decisions really need to be made. A big decision, though, coming out from Old to be able to crash onto this as Vern is able to take down 1. Nice little knock coming out. Gonna try his best to confirm it, but not quite able to. It looks like they still want to try and push onto this sooner or later, though.
Yeah, Vern was able to hold off this crash towards him, and we're seeing this here. Another teammate from Old trying to go and help his teammate, and now other parts team, Numerlock, other teammates, they managed to help his teammate, and this is a really nice connected 2 knocks from Markovic, really nice spray for him. Then there with M4, and Vern is getting a lot of help right now. As we can see, Team NL is playing only with 3 players right now, and they managed to eliminate Team Old on 16th position. Really nice hold there from them, considering they are only 3 players.
Yeah, really impressively done. Nice opening knocks coming out from Burn. Sure, he wasn't able to follow up with those second shots, but still, to be able to defend that compound, really impressive in the early game. Old will be falling out in 16th, so I guess that kind of breaks the curse, doesn't it, of the first place team going down in last. We'll see, though, just how long our winning teams are going to be able to make it in now, as we are not going to be posted up over in the trenches with IP moving their way in from the south. You can see M-Keys just getting ready to open up, knows there's players up there, but playing so cautiously, doesn't know where they are.
Yeah, they're trying to sneak up a little bit closer and get that nice opener. Obviously, it changes so much when you get the first knock, and there is a lot of panic in the opponent's team. You're seeing here MK, but he managed to miss that shot, and he got knocked himself in the process. So a really nice opener there for Team Want. Atyev is going to smoke his teammate there, and he's going to try to figure out is someone else going to get that rest off, or whether he's going to be the one. But I can see that his teammate is getting carried. This is a really nice new feature in PUBG, I must admit. You can completely change your tactics just by this fact that you're able to carry your teammate to the safe.
I love it. It feels like if a teammate gets knocked, you're either locked into the fight or down a player. Now with the carry function, it allows you to actually disengage from the fight, heal up and reset, and equalize it a little bit more. I will say, though, this zone is looking pretty spicy off of this shift. There's the potential of Pachinki, but also School, Rozark, and of course that Badlands open area, the road. It's going to be a brutal one. Most teams are already inside, so I expect maybe a bit of a slower phase 2, but obviously with still a couple teams yet to make it through those bridges up by Roz, could end up be a serious fighting grounds. It looks like one of the other bridges is going to be where the initial fight comes out. Fade setting up a bit of a bridge gap here, but it doesn't work out how they wanted.
Yeah, I think he was Nick was a little bit too far away for this spray, and he decided to just drop it as some of the vehicles already passed, and they're going to go towards the relatively same direction towards the safe, just going to drive parallelly to each other. Maybe there's going to be a couple of drive-bys going on, but at this point I feel like it's just more of a let's get to the safe. Even though Maruna got some nice shots there, but he didn't manage to connect all of them, so it wasn't a knock. Everybody's going to just go towards the safe, rotate all the way from the north side of the circle. It's going to be interesting to see which bridge they pick to get into the safe. Obviously, they were maybe hoping for that, as I was mentioning, for that northern circle, but the circle decided to go back to south. Potential Pachinki ending, potential... we're going to see there's still quite a lot of ways this circle can go. And I can't happen to notice also, as I was talking, most of the teams were already like far in the center of the last circle. And I was just watching the Team Diamond, which was the only team on the very edge of the circle. And as they got a little luck with this circle rotating towards east side, they managed to grab themselves Rojak Hill and School, which is quite a great position to be at right now.
Absolutely it is. I'll tell you what isn't a great position, though. Being knocked with Fade all around you. That seat swap that came out right there from Nick, beautifully done to be able to pick that one up. The hip fire spray, well, it works out. The M249 just too strong, clearly, as everyone tries to make it in. It looks like there could be the potential of a crash down at this compound. As Lennox tries to open up, he does exactly that. Atyov goes down. He will be getting flushed shortly as well. IP look like they do want to make a crash onto this one, but maybe second guessing it after losing that initial player. UK feeling pretty confident after that first kill of the game.
Yeah, Team UK is definitely holding this position strong, even though they're playing a split between these two compounds. And I'm not seeing so far that their teammates decided to join towards Lennox and Bendy. Even though they definitely made a call. Oh, now I can see a rotation. One more player going to help the teammates, because three players from the IP team managed to grab themselves a 3-story here, and they are going to chill a little bit. One player is on the ridges as well, so he has a little bit of a angle. Maybe he managed to get some of the headshots towards Bendy there, but I think everybody's right now taking it slow. No need for additional casualties. They are sharing the compound. That never feels good, but it's 55 alive, 15 teams left, and they just do not want to get into the fight too early.
Oh. No way we get 2 Pachinki circles in 3 games. We're not being treated that well right now. I will say, though, really impressive knock coming out there from MKeys up at the top of the 3-stack to find himself that bolt knock on to Bendy. He will be in it, and they will remain inside zone, but everyone is now kind of getting flashbacks to what they got in game number 1, trying to figure out how is best to play this one. UK maybe thinking about disengaging, but they also realize that the chances of making it into the placement with this many players alive, this kind of zone, pretty thin, so they're going to try and focus on the kills instead. But it's MKeys that's just popping off with that bolt.
Absolutely, he's getting those headshots, and obviously he has some nice angles as well. We're looking at a gem here, waiting with a M24, waiting for Caste. Oh, that's gonna be a knock. That was a really nice knock from him, and he's going to try to connect shots to towards the other player from the IP, and it's looking really tough for the IP right now. Futro is on like literally 10 HP. Lennox is pushing further. He wants to get that pressure. Oh my god, he got mollied by his own molly. Is that?
No, he got shot from behind. That's Fade getting ready to make a rotate in. Lennox almost managed to finish off the player. Yes, he does with the frag grenade in the end. Futcher Boy goes down as MKeys and Castle both going to remain standing. Jam still looking out to find the headshot, but only 1 bullet left in the gun as he starts to get peppered down from above. Frag grenade coming out from Bendy. Will it be able to connect? It certainly looks close. It's in through the window, but not able to pick up the kill. Takes MKeys down low. Jam throws out one of his own. Isn't enough? Just a little high and bounces off the wall. IP now in some serious trouble, surrounded as they try to return the fire. The jingle peaks coming out from Marcy. They're some of the fastest peaks I've ever seen, it's fair to say.
Absolutely, and of course those peaks, the recent bug is not helping. Everything looks like it's just the players are moving twice faster than they are. This is really nice knock again that we are seeing. Just a lot of damage going on right now in this compound. Obviously, a team Yo is not looking to. When I look about their positioning, one of the players from the team Yo is outside, and there is a lot of noise coming out of those compounds. We can see obviously Fade is rotating as well to the sister company here, to the sister compound on the right side, and they might get into this fight at some point. Yo is down to only one player, which is hiding in the shack right now. Team IP managed to crash the compound, and they lost one player. They lost another one, but now they have two, and they're fighting just one guy for this relatively good position still in the circle. Even though, I mean, Pochinki is in majority of the circle, it's quite possible that it rotates that way. But in the case it rotates back to the compound, they have a premium position.
It's so brutal, this circle, because every team that is an inside zone has to make a decision. Do we crash Pochinki in the hope of a southern shift, or do we scramble to play the northern side that is nearly completely open? We'll more than likely have 4-5 teams up there. We know it's going to be a bloodbath. We know it's more than likely going to be a lot of solos alive after this zone. So if you're in the circle, the best bet is just hunker down and defend your position at all costs. It looks like those Pochinki teams going to be the first to have to defend their position, though, as Rotis goes down to HFTF. It's going to be VC that's there to pick that one up as Serbian Tickleton gets himself the knock over onto Rocco. It's me, Darth opens up with the second onto Mello. Tries to land the spray, but it doesn't quite work out as he will be getting pushed by yet another. It's going to be on the Netstand that's there to find the kill onto Darth. Flushes it out as well as HNE do what they can to try and remain in it. Player still holding, ready to backfill with his teammate. Wants to go for the revive onto Rocco, and it might just work out as now one are going to be getting crashed themselves up to the north. So many players working their way through. Michael looks to try and finish off this player from Diamond as Embry tries to move through. He's shot out in midair as Scofa still remains standing for the squad, but it just isn't going to be enough. Blink also goes down as the kill feed is just lighting up. It's so hard to keep track of. Kovo, I feel sorry for you right now, man.
Oh my god, Chunks, I felt a little bit sorry for you here because you had so much action going on in so little time. It's absolutely insane to cover all of that up, yet you manage somehow. We still have Pochinki in the circle. So many teams are inside the Pochinki. 6 or 7 teams definitely inside. And I mean, there's not a lot of playable area outside of the Pochinki. The teams decided that, like, if we are on the south side of the circle, what are our options? Do we rotate all the way to the north where we don't know what is going on at the moment? Or do we just crash Pochinki and everybody will just like heck it, just, you know, crash Pochinki, let's try. And it happened so that so many teams did that it just, it's gonna be so hard. Whichever team stays in the Pochinki, the last one, they're probably going to, in my opinion, be the winners of this match, because it's going to be absolute mayhem inside.
I just want it to hard shift up to the north now, and every single Pochinki team have to push themselves out into the open.
That's mean.
I know it's mean, but it's exciting to watch. Fade now doing what they can to remain in it as they heal up. Clemson is down low. They still try to third party onto TRP right now, knowing that there are players over there as one gets spotted out, but Duff not going to be able to connect with the shots. The smoke's just a little too big right now as Phase 5 gets ready to pop. Is it going to go north? No, it will not. It looks like a true Pochinki ending now.
Yeah, this is going to be quite interesting. Now it's going to be quite interesting to see all these other teams on the north side of the circle. One of those teams is obviously Fade. We're looking at them right now. What are they going to do? We need a great game for them today. They have 13 points. They're sitting on a 6th position right now. They did show something, but we need more from them. And Nick is trying to get those knocks done as he's getting pressured by the other team, but his teammates are going to jump in and try to help him there, and it looks like a relatively fair fight on this edge of the new zone.
Absolutely, Clemson opens up. Nicely done with the damage, but it's Skaldic from behind who's going to be able to pick that one up. The CLP try the best to move back to get themselves the revive. It doesn't work out. Beautiful sprays coming out from Clemson there. Skaldic with the third party finishes off the job. Fade now 4 kills as they look to continue the fight. Dove gets himself behind this little bit of cover as Boynius goes down. Finally, we do see the fight in the compound getting ready to kick off as Marty from UOK has just been playing the shack for the longest time. Finally gets into the flat top and gets himself a knock to go with it. Flashbang smokes coming down, but ends up flashing himself instead. Let's hope the same isn't true for the frag grenade, and it is. He has to jump out the back onto the balcony to get over to safety. Gets ready to drop down. Sees the player, knocks down one. Can he follow it up with a second down to what it be? Yes, he can. Marcy finishes off the job, and down go IP, but not without a fight. Decent casualties being taken all around as Stuckers seemingly just getting caught in a red zone.
Yeah, definitely. They're in the red zone, and I can't happen to notice that Team Yo, that Marcy there, who managed to get that double kill, is just being monitored by Fade, and it's just a matter of seconds that Team Yo is going to be eliminated on the 16 positions. But at the same time, Tattoo Honeys, they're putting a lot of pressure right now at the Team Stuckers, and it's looking well for them. Stuckers have only one player left. He's going to decide to prone on top of the building if Team Tattoo Honeys know which building he's in exactly. We can expect push from them because obviously they want to get rid of the last player standing there and buy themselves a little bit more space to maneuver, a little bit more space to play with. Meanwhile, we're watching Fade here, who decided to push on foot, and they see the smoke wall. So obviously they know there is one team that is trying to rotate into the safe, and right now Clifton is trying to get that knocked down, but in the process he got knocked himself. So Fade is down to 3 players.
I gotta say, Fade there with a very brave play. It doesn't work out too well for Clemson as he does end up going down, but Duff having a different fate on that front. 7 kills for the squad so far as Clemson is eliminated. Duff is gonna look to try and find his first for the team. Nice there with the shots, with the Mini 14 over the top of that solo player. Still anchoring behind, realizes that they could very easily get pushed, but as the shift comes through, that Pachinki ending is just looking more and more likely. You can see the solo pinched out, but it's going to be Swedish flanking around the western side, ready to finish the job. One bullet will do it, and in the end, it's the grenade that does the job. We are not toxic out in 11th position.
Yeah, really nice flank there for Swedish. Obviously, he's a very aggressive player, and he heard the fight for a very long time. He decided to peek on it. Very interesting, though, because they're only a 3-man squad, so quite aggressive push from him, but it paid off at the end. 6 kills for them right now, and even though they decided to play the edge of the circle right now, they're around the church. They are the team who are usually who eluded the Pachinki the first couple of matches, and they can you imagine what were they thinking after the circle rotate exactly back to Pachinki?
They've got to be over the moon right now. They've got the church, which, while it isn't the best position, the fact they've even made it into the top 10 is an achievement in of itself. As Fade, well, they're not going to have the same fate as they just get absolutely beamed on the rotate. One of the kills is stolen away by NL as Michael tries to finish off the job. He's just not able to open it up with that Mini 14, but it doesn't work out. Serbian Tiggleton has the read onto that solo player from Fade, but no real chance of getting the shots as he realizes if he peeks and starts firing, then it's going to be those church players who really cause problems for him. Phase 6 closes through as pretty much every player already in Pachinki. Now, this is what we call a pressure cooker because the pressure is just going to build, and the question becomes, when will it release?
Absolutely, and I just gotta give a huge shout out to our Kovo, who is going to have to unfortunately observe by himself Pachinki ending. As we can see, there are so many players in the K-Mind part of Pachinki. Already 3 teams stack, like literally not on top of each other. They're in houses right next to each other, but of course they can hear all those footsteps. The guys that are moving, unlike this player that we just seen, he's just holding an angle there below the stairs and hoping that someone jumps in. Meanwhile, Tattoo Honeys, they just managed to find their way into the Pachinki. Last 2 teammates, Michael and Lucky, they were in the garage, but they decided to push towards their teammates, and now they're holding this EV part of Pachinki. And I mean, there's going to be some rooftop plays, obviously, very smart decision, but for them, it's looking kind of, if the circle decides to go elsewhere, they are going to have to move on foot, probably across the road. You need smoke walls, and it's always super dangerous.
Mello looking out to land a shot, but isn't quite able to, as we are going to get that Pachinki ending that every single one of these teams dreaded. But there's only, what, 2 teams that are inside zone here? Sure, there's a couple of solos as well. which means that while we may see these teams take a bit of a fight, are we going to see a full 4v4? I kind of doubt it to a certain extent. I think that we're going to see a couple solos make it in. Sure, some will fall, but until probably phase 8 now, it's going to slow down a little. Duff has been smoked. As you can see that TH are going to get ready to make themselves a push. The shots will be coming from above. There's a little bit of fire support. Michael throws it down. The frag grenade Molotov into the bathroom. Hopes to try and finish out Duff. That frag grenade should do the job if it's able to connect in the way that he hopes. Duff pinned into the corner and down go Fade out in 10th. One more team needs to fall and everyone will be in the placement points, but for now, it isn't really obvious who that's going to be. You can see NL heard those nades coming out from Michael. They tried to third party, but it's too little, too late as TH have already moved back into the building and back over to safety.
Yeah, Numerlock here has a relatively good position for themselves right now. They're scoping all of the sides. Unfortunately, if it shifts away from them, they're going to have to go a little bit down the hill, and that's always dangerous. But I mean, it's looking pretty well for them right now. They're having 7 points right now, and there is a lot of knocks going on here. We are having a team, Noob Esports, if I am not mistaken. They got knocked, two of them, and it was looking really good for them. They had the relatively clear entrance to the safe, but then Team GG decided to turn around 180 and spotted them out in the open and managed to get those 2 knocks. And Squeaky here is just below the stairs, waiting for these guys.
This
and
is
not
so
making a
sneaky. Squeaky is being so sneaky right now. He is holding his nerve. A lot of players right there would have tried to peek when they heard the players coming up above, but it's not to be. Scofer nearly gets his head taken clean off if he was spotted out there by Duffy, but in the end, it's going to be Mr. Lucky who's able to find it. Rocco does go down to a frag grenade as Team Diamond out in 9th. Everyone now gets themselves a placement point. Rocco and the S player both go down. Not sure whether they're just choosing to deny points. It looks like they will give one away in the end as Fearless finds the headshot. Down go HNE.
Yeah, HNE had those 2 knocks, and they just didn't manage to find their way into the safe. And right now we're looking at the 50-50. I mean, this is zone 8, obviously. So the center of the circle is literally going to be on the middle of the road. So right now it looks rather complicated for a lot of these teams. Right now they're probably talking about the tactics, while Squeaky managed to get 1 knock there, but he didn't manage to connect it. He was patient. He was waiting for it. But I mean, 1 versus 4, it's kind of tough.
Yeah, there's only so much you can do in a situation like that. As Exile right now, more than happy with this zone. They're rocking a bit of a 2-2 split, which is interesting, but it gives them a lot of good control of this as long as they're able to communicate well as a team. Because 2 of their players are basically on the dot. NL do decide to go for Ascend as the spray comes out onto Vern. It nearly finishes the job. The Molotov going to follow up. Not sure how likely that is to actually pick up the kill. Markovic, though, does end up going down as Rafa now going to try and make the most out of it here for Exile, making the push through. The door is open. Mr. Lucky takes a lot of damage. Rafa with the shotgun going to be opening up, and it's Swedish who ends up falling. That's Nummerlock out in 6th position. 5 squads now left up, and it comes down to phase 8, which means it comes down to the dot, and it is just going to be a slow burn here for most of these teams. Duffy, though, wants to ignite that fuse quickly, takes down Edams with the headshot, can't finish off the job, but Michael is there, ready for just anyone to peek through that window.
Yeah, definitely. Team Numerlock, they try to get a building for themselves, which is now closest to the ending of the zone. But Team Exile, even though they did not have any kill until that fight, they managed to hold their position really strong, and it's looking really good for them right now. We are watching Duffy here trying to get that kill off the knock he got, but he just unfortunately has only smokes, so he smokes the opponents.
Oh, this is smart. Is he smoking that window so that they can jump across? This could be so smart right now if they decide to go for it. I don't think that's going to be the case, though. Instead, they're just breaking the line of sight. I thought for a second like they were actually going to try and jump across using the smokes for cover and deny the res, but it's not to be. Golden Gunners are going to be able to get 3 back up, but Duffy is posted and just waiting for any of the Golden Gunners to come out of this. I love what Tattoo Honeys are doing right here. They are using the smokes more so to grief Exile and deny them the line of sight than to actually use them effectively in an aggressive manner or a way that will really get them into the late game, as they should maybe think about using when it comes down to being on that road and needing themselves some cover.
Yeah. Towards the safe, and right now Team HTFT, which was silent this whole time. I was looking at them. They were standing still on the southern side of the circle. Now they're going to have a lot of open kills for themselves, as the teams from the north are gonna be just forced to push towards the middle of the road, and I mean, Chunks, they have nowhere to go. And look at the positioning of the team HFTF. They have the 3-story, 1 guy on the rooftop, and they can observe the whole situation around them.
Absolutely they can. It's insane. Fall down in 5th. 2 players left up here from Exile, trying to make it 3. If they can get the revive, but no, Teiji able to spot out Mr. Lucky. Nicely done. Double barrel shotgun in hand. Can he follow it up? Find the player. Yes, he can! With the hip fire onto Serbian Tingleton, down he goes. TH lose yet another player. Teiji tries his best to flush out the kill, but ends up getting traded. Duffy peeks in, one of the 2 remaining players here by Tattoo Honeys. This HFTF still with 3 players left up. Smoke's going to be coming out here from Michael, ready to make the cross as Exile try and make it first. Idacron, though, that's a huge Molotov. That could end up denying both players from TH. As the zone starts to close in, he plays the corner. Golden Gunners. Rotis ends up flushing himself out with that Molotov. There's 1 player left up. Peace is there. He's got no bullets in his barrel, though. Forced to go with the Mini 14. Can't land the shots he's trying to. Exile fall out in 4th. There's a player drops down. Hopes for the future. End up shooting each other. Duffy with the nade. Finishes one off. The barrel comes through. He's laying prone and clutches it out. Tattoo Honeys. Duffy with the clutch. 15 kills and a chicken dinner. What an ending.
What an ending, Chunks. I was just completely, you were talking, but I was out of my breath. This is impossible situation for Tattoo Honeys to get this chicken dinner. I mean, HF team had everything. They had position, they had higher ground, they had throwables, and then just suddenly, out of nowhere, Davi managed to clutch this out. Another clutch, amazing clutch at the ending of the match, and I have nothing to say. This is amazing.
Yeah, that was really impressive to see. I feel really bad for HFTF right there because they threw down nades. The player dropped off the 3-stack and ended up almost knocking his own teammate, which made it so much easier for Duff with that frag grenade to be able to finish off both players. Beautifully done right there in the end game. The smoke usage coming out from Tattoo Honeys was really smart. They didn't use it in a way that most teams would do, where they're defending themselves. Instead, they realized, hey, there's a team inside this building. We've got to knock onto one of them. One of them is damaged and there's another one somewhere about. Let's throw in a load of smokes, deny them the info. We'll move ahead of them and just wait on the outside of the smokes for those players to be forced in by play zone. And it ended up working out. Sure, they took some casualties, but it was a really impressive way to end it for them.
Unbelievable. Let's go check the leaderboard after this, because this is just unbelievable. Like what we've seen just now. I think it's gonna do a lot of changes on the leaderboard. But before that, I think, Chunks, we're going back to the studio.
Welcome back to the studio. Oh gosh, what a game. Thank you, Sanson and Chunks. Whew, guys, I have to ask for your opinions about this match. It was game number 3 on Erangel. We saw there Tattoo Honeys with 15 kills with the clutch at the end. That crazy Pachinki zone. I have no idea how we ended up with 2 Pachinkis in 3 games. Thankfully, we're going on Miramar. Hopefully, it won't be Valle del Mar all over again. But that was actually insane. I want to hear all of your opinions over in chat. Wow, what a crazy game. But what I want to say is that you guys should definitely continue watching. Don't give up on us just like that. We have 2 more games ahead of us, 2 Miramars. And of course, keep watching on Good Game Global channels, on Trovo, on YouTube, on Twitch. And it's just a tournament. We're always giving away something, so something's always happening. You can either enter in the pick'em on our website on www.samsungodysseymasters.com every day of the tournament. You can also pay very close attention to the matches, because every once in a while there is an in-game code that shows up, and you can get some really cool PUBG goodies. Or, well, you can wait for me to come on in between the games and maybe ask you a little question when you can then type in the chat, of course, the correct answer, fastest finger first, and then the moderators will tell you if you guessed it correctly and fast enough for some vouchers. That's from Samsung Odyssey, a €50 G2A voucher, or, of course, pick-in vouchers from PaySafeCard as well, €50 for PaySafeCard. And yeah, you guys should definitely keep watching and following us. Also on social media, you can see some nice snippets of some really nice kills or funny moments. You can see the leaderboards on the website. You can check all the stats, all the data, all the teams, groups, schedules, and everything. Ooh, once again, that was a pretty intense ending right there. I still can't believe those zones. I mean, okay, the first one was kind of like Pachinki field. Now we were right there, just chaos, everything happening so quickly. I must say that it was probably very hard for our observer to catch all that crazy action that was going on there. But yeah, going for a little commercial, a little break, then back to game 4 with Sanson and Chunks. See you.
That's a wrangle over and done with, but still 2 more games to go here in the Samsung Odyssey Masters here for PUBG. It's been an interesting one so far tonight. 2 Pachinki endings in 3 games. It bodes well for our final 2 tonight.
Yeah, it was quite amazing to watch these rotations and those decisions that the teams had to make. Because obviously, you're seeing that it's quite possibly a Pachinki ending, but you're not really sure because it's not that common that it finishes in the middle of the city. So the first game, it rotated out of the city a little bit, so it was in the open field. But the second game was just in the middle of the city. Before I say anything else, big props to Kovo, our observer. That he managed to catch all of that action up. I mean, what's there to say? It was a crazy, crazy match, especially the last one. Tattoo Honeys managed to grab themselves chicken dinner, even though it didn't seem at the very end they're going to be able to do so. And they grabbed a lot of points. I think we can. I think our leaderboard is ready. We can actually check what difference did that make towards them. Because I mean, that was one insane match.
Yeah, it really was. Considering that they're a team that have maybe struggled in our first two matches, to be able to do that in the third was amazing. That's 19 kills, a chicken dinner, and a couple other placement points sprinkled here and there, taking it to 35 overall, getting themselves first place on the leaderboard. But Exile, yet again, with another good game, retake their position ahead of Stuckers, grabbing second now. But Stuckers as well, considering they're the only team in the top four without a chicken dinner, they've been putting work in the kills department. Currently, our top fraggers in the entire lobby.
Yeah, absolutely. They're doing a really great job when it comes to the fragging department. We're just need to see them closing down on some games, and I mean they're up there constantly, so it's not impossible from them to see. But of course, I'm pretty sure fragging is their max strength, as we can see. I mean, kills leader Chui has 9 impressive kills already, and he's leading on this kills leaderboard.
Yeah, absolutely. Really impressive to see, but it makes you think, what if Stuckers were able to get themselves a chicken dinner? What if they were able to win that game earlier? Where would they be looking at right now? Because they can clearly get the kills. They just need a couple more placement points, and they'll be looking really strong. And I'll say, I felt like there was going to be one or two teams that would really steal it away and confirm themselves a spot in the finals, but it's becoming a hotly contested lobby at the top half. I mean, just look at the damage being farmed out.
Yeah, damage is quite insane, especially from Bonias. But we can see now that Tattoo Honeys are in the second and third position with so much damage done. Michael, you mentioned earlier, insane fragger, 1,700 damage. That's quite impressive, and we're going to see if they manage to continue to do so on Miramar. We have 2 more matches to go, and for what we could see, some of these teams they quite enjoyed these crazy circles and these pachinki endings. How are they going to do on Miramar? We can slowly get into the plane, and we're going to see how that whole match, our first Miramar of the night, how is that gonna look, Chunks?
Yep, good question. Let's find out as Miramar is underway. Let's hop into the plane and I'm sure open it up with another beautiful cinematic shot. There it is.
Absolutely. Kova knows what to do. He knows that the blue color brings a little bit of positivity towards every single one of us. And who is feeling positive if not Tattoo Honeys right now? Amazing, amazing chicken dinner by them last game. But of course, they can't dwell on the fact that they did so freaking good in the last couple of games. They need to push forward. They need to do some amazing plays in the next 2 games and potentially get, I mean, they're first on the leaderboard right now, 35 points, but Exile Esports really close, 32, Stuckers with 30 on the third position. So they need to kind of capitalize something more in these last 2 games so they can go into the second day a little bit more calm, I would say.
I'll be honest here, with this playing path, I'm a little bit concerned. Because of how southern it is, I just have a bad feeling that Los Leones is going to end up being spicy. I mean, it is in terms of the drops. Look, we've got 3 different squads landing there, but with the way the zones have been going, they've been going Pachinki, we may just see a Los Leones ending. I'm just going to throw it out there now.
that will be quite horrible for literally everybody and players and observer. But I mean, we would see a quite insane plays there. If you remember, I don't know, we can mention if you watched PGC, the Los Leones ending.
I know the Roth play.
You know the Roth play. You know what I'm talking about. So who knows? And the first circle that showed, I mean, more than half of the circle is in the water, chat.
Yeah, it's a bit of a rough one. I think it's fair to say, but it's not unheard of here on Miramar. This is the thing; these teams are probably used to having to navigate this kind of zone. It is a really brutal one, but it's one that these teams come across quite a lot. So even though half the zone is going to be water, there's still the potential that these teams can make it through. I do worry about Emke though, because he is the solo up against 4 players from Team Diamond, and you gotta think that his chances are very limited right now. No vest, an Iron Sight SKS, and no real heals other than bandages.
Yeah, it's quite interesting to see how did he manage to get into this position. I mean, he obviously knew he was landing with a full squad there. Did he not look around, or I find it quite unlikely that Team Diamond pushed him, so he just, he could have done something else here. Maybe he could have just, opened his parachute a little bit more early and get a little bit further. Right now, this is not a good option for him or either his team, because his team is left on 3 players now, and the IP is off to a relatively bad start on the first Miramar of the night.
So I think we can all take a lesson with that, is make sure you land with your team when it's the first game of a map, because there's every chance that you think, oh, well, this is our drop spot, but it turns out that teams may decide to challenge you, and that's exactly what happened there. Not ideal for IP, as they are super split right now. Futcher Boy is all the way off to the east. Hatjov and Castle are on the west. They're going to have to try and link up and make a move quick, even after taking a casualty like that, because this zone is going to be hotly contested. Sure, there's a decent amount of cover, but there's very little actual space to work with. I mean, that every single team is going to be forced to try and share cover to a certain extent.
Yeah, and not only that, it's going to be rather tough for some teams to rotate into the circle. I mean, we know this is Miramar we were talking about, and some rotation ways are kind of hard. We can expect maybe even some road camps, who knows. But, I mean, there's a lot of teams who need to find their way towards the save. Obviously, we're watching FDE right now, who are quite afar in the middle of the circle, so they're going to be able to get themselves some real nice position. But I'm talking about the Team Diamond that we saw earlier on, Team IP, Team Tattoo Honeys, who are probably going to rotate from the north side, but also teams like Yo, which is looting El Pozo right now. They're going to have quite a rotation to get to the safe, and I mean, they're most likely going to take that southern side of the circle, do like the widest possible rotation. But I mean, we're looking at this. There is like a 40% of the playable area right now in the circle. So no matter which side of the playable area this circle shifts to, there's not going to be crazy amount of playable area. Obviously, this is Miramar. There's a lot of ridges that are playable, but I mean, to a certain extent.
Yeah, it's a case of, is it playable or is it playable and competitive? And it often feels like they're 2 different things, because you might think, oh, I found this nasty little ridge in a public match or a ranked match, and then just you maybe have a pixel free, and these players are more than happy to punish it. So we will see whether that's going to be the case. Obviously, everyone wants to try and prioritize that hard cover more than anything, though, which is limited in a zone like this. You can see Edams, here's the players down below, wanted to try and set up to try and get some kills, but it doesn't quite work out, as instead they go further down to the south. He will open up. Can Darth land the spray? Clearly not this time. Switches over to the Mini 14. Can he land something? Yes, he can. But it's not quite enough for the kill this time around. Golden Gunners clearly gunning over towards the bike, but to no avail this time.
Yeah, I mean, Golden Gunners, they're flying a little bit off the radar here. They're in the respectable 5th position right now, and if they manage to get themselves some really nice position, which they are holding right now, we are potentially looking at a really good game for them, because obviously, I mean, they had decent placements in the last couple of games, and we're just gonna have to wait to see if Miramar is also one of the maps that they're going to play well on. Meanwhile, Itzmer is trying to do something with this amazing vehicle, and oh, he managed to get back on the wheels, and off he goes.
Yeah, it's Miramar terrain is not the best when it comes to vehicle rotations. I think it's fair to say there's a lot of interesting ridges that sometimes you can't even see. So you got to be a little bit careful with those. And if you flip that vehicle, you're in trouble. Speaking of trouble, look at this Futcher boy in trouble himself. No surprises here that it's IP coming up against Team Diamond. As Futcher Boy has been caught with the Molotov. He looked like he was going to be able to just about survive, but instead the frag grenade comes through and they finish off the job. Now, only one player left from IP, and Diamond definitely solidifying the power grid is in fact their drop spot, and they are not to be challenged up there.
Yeah, Diamond definitely went super aggressive, and they decided to clean the whole IP team. And I mean, IP was so spread. They jumped really far away from each other. So the fact that they managed to find yet another IP player, it was maybe even more of a luck factor than anything else. But we were looking at Tattoo Hanis right now. Michael is scoping Team Diamond. I mean, obviously, both these teams are going to have to leave soon. I'm not sure if they want to take this fight or not, because they have a long way to go towards the zone, and it's more of a, if Michael gets some nice connected shots with that Mini 14 and an 8x, maybe even on Scofa. No, Scofa is just behind the corner for him, and he's just scoping Oxeron, and this might be a knock or not, just a little bit too far away.
Oh, Michael, he just shot a little bit too high, and not going to be able to get the knock because of it. Tattoo Bunnies, look, they may just decide to commit onto this, but it's going to be Scofa actually from an off angle who's returning the fire. Michael caught in a rough position and may get a taste of his own medicine right now when he tries to hop into the car. Needs to try and get the smokes down, heal up himself, but it just isn't ideal. I mean, they're so far away from zone right now, and pretty much every position inside of that circle is going to be taken. It's not going to be ideal when that rotation does inevitably have to come through.
Yeah, and it's, I mean, for both these teams, it's Team Diamond on 4th position. They're eager to get some more kills. They're very close to getting to top 2. Tattoo Hanis, obviously, they're on the 1st position, but points-wise, it's really close. So they both need still, to confirm those points and stay on the top side of the leaderboard. And I mean, they should probably leave that fight to be, but maybe if they see that they're fighting against each other, maybe they know their loose spots. Maybe they know, oh, this is the team that we are fighting. Maybe want to get rid of them early. But while I'm talking about this, Team Exile is getting amazing 3 points for themselves.
Beautifully done there to kind of camp the crossroads and get the kills on the rotate. That makes it 4 now as Rafa finishes off the job. Nicely done. And don't forget, look at this. UOK is still yet to come through from that western side. So there's the potential here that they could end up falling for the same trap. It seems like Exile are getting ready to make themselves a bit of a move into zone, though, as everyone else is doing exactly the same. Phase 2 pop in about 10 seconds. Rafa still in the middle of the road. This could be a risky one for him.
Yeah, Rafa is definitely going to hear those vehicles at some point. Oh, first he's going to hear the shots and off he goes. I think he just took a couple of seconds too long, and now he's going to be in a lot of trouble. He needs to stop here. He needs to pop that first aid off. Otherwise, he's going to be one shot, and this is a really bad position for him, and all he has is prayer that this team is not going to stop, which they did, and now Rafa is going to have to fight one versus a full team, and there's not much to do. He can just hold them off for a while, but it's looking relatively good for the Team Yo. And even though I see some shots coming from far away, but no, Rafa got knocked here, and even though he had really nice play, even though he grabbed his team 3 kills, he managed to get himself knocked in the process. And the circle!
Oh, this circle is brutal.
You didn't tell me this is going to be an island. This would be so freaking weird.
I don't think it's possible to get an island circle here, but it is just a brutal one in general. Less than half of the circle is land right now. More than half of it is water in phase number 2. We may actually get a Puerto Paraiso ending, which I know is a long shot. It's extremely rare. I'm trying to think if I've ever seen one in competitive, and I can't say I ever have.
Yeah, it's quite unlikely. I did play one of the Puerto Paraíso zone myself, but it did rotate a little bit. Just the edge of the Puerto Paraíso city was in the zone. Everything else went a little bit towards northwest, so it's quite unlikely. But let's see this rotation from Tatuhanis. They were rotating quite close to Team Diamond that they were fighting just prior to this, and I think they might meet each other on the crossroad. Yeah, Michael is quite aware that there was a rotation on the way. He's going to try to shoot some shots from his barrel, but nothing managed to connect there. But I mean, the rest of his team, they're going strong. They won those kills. I'm not sure that they know who they are fighting, but they won those kills and frags, and it's looking pretty good for them right now. Duffy is going to get one knock there, another knock on Bricks as well. Looking really good, Michael, here to close it off from another side, and I mean, we lost two players from a Diamond right now, and what Jamboree and Skullfire are going to do. I mean, Jamboree, he did clutch that 1v4, but I mean, it's not looking well for the rest of his team right now. But Old School team decided to join this whole fight, and they heard there's something going on. They won those points. Old is not that high on the leaderboard. They want to get some kills for themselves, and I mean, what's better than to third party?
Especially with a pinch like this. Look at this. They have players either side of Tattoo Honeys, one with an MK and one with a mini, so they're looking in a pretty decent position. Tattoo Honeys seemingly have no idea this is going to be the case, but look to the north, just how many teams are getting ready to make their push through. IP with only one player left up, as Fade also going to be backfilling through. Team Diamond with Scofa up to the northwest as well, I believe, as their solo. So everyone really just bit words for wear right now. A lot of solo duo players still left standing as Fade try to solidify and figure out what's next for them, because you've got to bear in mind, land ratio doesn't come into effect until phase 3. So there's the potential here that we could get another zone that is half water.
Yeah, it's quite possible, but I mean, all of these teams, they're hoping for that not to be the case, which is kind of like a, what can we say, Chunks?
Oh
I think this game is trying to make these players suffer a little bit. Miramar is probably a little bit angry because there's only 2 games of it, so Miramar is showing its best. And as we can see, half of the area is unplayable. I highly doubt that there's going to be a single team which decides to go to that island for some freaking reason. But hey, you never know. So there's a very little playable area, and as we can see, so many teams are still outside the circle. They did not manage to find their way in, and one of those teams is still Old, fighting on the edge. They're trying to hold off Tattoo Honeys, which are leaders right now on our leaderboard. So I mean, Tattoo Honeys, obviously they can fight well, but this is not looking too well for them.
I do wonder if this zone had gone slightly further to the east, do we get an island circle? I mean, it's a possibility, right? Journey, though, nice little shots landing through. That's 2 headshots there. Squeaky with 2 Molotov knocks off his own. Serbian Tiggleton will go down here for Tattoo Honeys as Yabba Dabba tries to land some shots of his own. There is going to be a solo from Tattoo Honeys, split off from the rest of the squad as Zeta watches out over the top. MK shots do land through, but no kill going to be connecting. Serbian Tiggleton still down and out of the fight as the vehicle tire gets popped. It will open it up a little bit more and make that rotation ever so slightly harder. Zeta needs to start making a move as the smoke comes down. There's only so much you can do in a position like this. Tattoo Honeys with 2 players left standing up. Zeta watching out, sees the player make a move, goes the spam, lands the shots, but not going to be enough to get the knock. Did he change my mind? Not quite. Duffy falls to Yabba Dabba instead from the off angle. Zeta is still watching to try and finish off the job. He confirms the flush as Yabba Dabba is there with the nade to finish off Tattoo Honeys. It's Old Fools that get themselves the kills.
Yeah, Old Fools on 15th position right now. These kills are gonna mean a lot for their placement. They're looking, I mean, if they get one good match, as you can see, the whole north part of the circle is theirs right now. So they have a lot of space to maneuver for themselves. So it's looking quite good for them. But meanwhile, let's check what's going on the very, very west side of the circle. There's so many teams that are trying to find their way in. And I mean, look at the Atyov. He is here. He's trying to just slowly go behind all of those teams who are making a lot of noise, but somehow he gets spotted himself, and it's just a matter of time before he falls down as well, because Skofa is now, Skofa knows there's one player there, so he's not gonna let him in so easily, even though he's on his own and he got some shots on himself, so he's gonna have to pop that first aid off. And maybe for some crazy reason, IP is gonna be able to get into the zone, but somehow I find it highly unlikely.
It's going to be a brutal one. The shift does save a lot of teams, though, as it pulls off to the west up on those hills. It makes things a little bit easier. No more water inside this circle, but there is still a big chunk of land that has been taken out of play with that shift. So teams are going to have to scramble to play what's honestly just a lot of dips and divots, ridges, that kind of thing. It's really not great. Phase 4 gets ready to make a move as... Well, Fade, they need to do exactly the same. They can't really play this ridgeline much longer.
Yeah, Fade has to find their ways into the safe. Obviously, I mean, they heard Skofa. They know there's probably one player over there. They're trying to get rid of him before they move into the safe. And here, for some reason, Atyov is still alive, just as I suspected, because, I mean, Skofa was doing some noise. And obviously, Team Fade did hear those shots, but however, they did not see exactly where these shots went. So Atyov is still making a difference here from the zone. As I was saying, they are eliminated on 12th position. A rough start on Miramar for Team IP, getting eliminated this early, and Skofa is going to, get some time for himself, trying to get into the safe. He doesn't have a lot of playable area, but good for him. The Team Fade decided to fight on another side, potential third party up on that hill. So Skofa is trying to get a little bit closer, but he gets spotted and he's gonna just prone and chill for a while.
Nice sprays coming out all around. Trade for trade between Insane and Fade as My Never goes down prone, doing what he can to try and pop that first aid, but it's too little too late as Clemson is going to be able to eliminate not only him, but also his teammate Insane out in 11th position as 10 squads now remain. Phase 4 creeping its way through. Skofa as the solo, this could be big. He's down to low HP. He's only got bandages, but that frag grenade, it starts to come close. Not close enough to save him, though. As Shirdy is there to get himself the knock with that mini 14. Skofa going to be going out of it. The frag grenade comes over. Fade seemingly unaware that that was the player they saw in the kill feeds. Are going to be sweeping it out. Hopefully for them, they don't burn through too much utility in this scenario.
Yeah, I mean, Skofa he didn't have many options. He went completely Leroy, and he fell down a noble, I can say. And it is what it is for his team. I mean, for Team Diamond, it was also quite important to get a good game going. They were on 4th position. They did not get themselves points here in this round. So I mean, apart from the kill points, obviously, and it's gonna be tough for them going into the last match of the night, but we're going to see it's still looking really good for Team Numerlock, which are getting some nice knocks on multiple sides now.
Yeah, nicely done there from Zadira. Nicely connected, but it's not going to be enough to really get the knock, as Old Fools now need to start creeping their way in. They do have Hori just on the edge of that northern side, but the rest of the squad are really split out on the north themselves. Golden Gunners, though, spotted out in the open as Markovic there with the Mini 14 takes Rotis down low. It's not going to be enough to get the kill, but it will leave Golden Gunners a little bit split right now as NL try to move their way back. It's going to be Dark who opens up with the Mini 14, takes down Markovic as they get so close to those placement points. You can see Bosnia and Tiggleton also trying to sneak his way in.
Yeah, Golden Gunners are looking pretty good here right now. They have the whole eastern side of the circle for themselves. And I mean, I mentioned earlier on they're on fifth position on the leaderboard. It's quite important for them to stay at least in the top 7 teams, which is, I mean, by looking at this match, it's quite likely for them. But while I'm talking about it, Fade on another side, 6 kills for them. I mean, we were talking about Fade. We were waiting for that huge big game for Fade. Could this be one?
It absolutely could, but it's a question of being able to get themselves in a position where they're able to pick up those kills. As right now, they're not able to. Rocco certainly is, though. Beautiful 2K to eliminate both players pushing in. In the end, it's going to be Aylin that pushes in and gets the trade. Nearly got himself the flush onto Feast, but it's not going to be enough. Only going to be able to get one kill out of it. Fade, though, they hear this, and you can see them posting up over the top of the hill. The nades could start to roll through, as you can see Maruna looking down. Unfortunately, this time over towards Old Fools, not realizing it maybe had a clear line of sight onto HFTF, as Fade now spotted out. The fire comes through onto Maruna. Phase 5 just about 45 seconds away from settling, and we figure out exactly where that next shift is going to go.
Yeah, it's all about this this next shift, because I mean, obviously it's looking pretty good for Team Fade right now, but it's looking pretty good for Team GG. So it kind of feels like whether it goes west or south, the team that's gonna have to move a lot, they're gonna have to get over those ridges. Right now, I mean, they all feel pretty safe because they all have some ridges to play with. But we all know if you get unlucky with the circle, it can be a really lethal for your whole team. But we're watching at Stuckers. Right now, they're showing off some really nice performance here today for us. They're on third position right now, so really good game from them. Could mean that they're getting into top 2 teams, and this is all what these teams are wanting. I mean, obviously, you want those top 2 positions. You want to get direct access to the finals without having to play relegation.
Yeah, you do not want to be forced into that high-pressure scenario. You want to get right up to the top of the leaderboard to confirm yourself at a position. Old School Fools, you can't give them credit. They have started to pick things up this game as they work their way in. Hori there with the frag grenade. It's over in the right direction towards HFTF, but it's not going to be enough to find any knocks just yet. It will do a little bit of damage onto one player, but can't follow it up with the confirmation, as they realize now that if they push up too much, they will expose themselves to Fade. Speaking of whom, start to get a bit of a pinch going on right here. Rotis down to the south, also looking to get an angle onto Old School Fools, as Nice now looking out with the smoke blocking his line of sight. If only he had vision through that doorway, it might just be a whole different story here for Fade.
Yeah, I mean, Team HF is getting shot by multiple sides, so they, of course, had to put out a lot of smokes. And, I mean, they have that check to play, but it depends on for how long. But for now, Fade is looking at another direction. They are looking towards the smokes from the team Stuckers. And obviously, one more team. Let's not forget about the team Yo, which needs to enter the zone from the very west side, just below Team Fade. While I'm talking about it, Lock here, down to 2 players only. They are trying to fight their way into the safe. I mean, they have like decent position for now. They still have one more like a check to play, but they are definitely going to have to move in the next phase.
Yeah, it's not going to be an easy one for a lot of these teams. Obviously, the squads who have been holding the southeastern side now being forced to work their way up the ridges. It's brutal. It opens them up so much from so many different angles, and Fade more than happy to punish them for it. UOK will lose one, followed by a second as Stuckers throw out some frag grenades, Molotovs. It's only Jam that's left up in it, with Fade just raining down fire from above, causing problems as the smoke wall is there, but the question is how long until it dissipates. Clemson wants to move in further, realizes there could still be a player around, so watching out cautiously as Nick, still watching over on the other side, knows that they could get backfilled, and being cautious of that. Fade have themselves a very small plateau, but it is still cover as long as Stuckers don't stand up and don't start throwing util.
Yeah, both Stuckers and Fade are looking towards the last survivor from the team Yo, but now Fade is also putting some pressure down to Stuckers, and I mean, they have only one little dip to work with, and even though you said Fade has only one plateau, they still have a little bit more to go than Team Stuckers, and there's a lot of util flying right now, and Stuckers have no other option but to I see already one player, Bonias, is retreating. Another player from Stuckers stayed prone, but not for long. He's gonna get spotted, and it's just a matter of time before we lose them as well.
Yep, down goes Stuckers following Numalok, but don't forget this solo player up and behind the ridge. Not for long. It was Jam trying his best to make it in, but it just wasn't enough as everyone seems to be falling now. Rotis goes down. Duff does what he can to land the shots onto the player up above. Takes him down to extremely low HP as HFTF flush out onto Nick. That leaves Fade with 3 players left up, but 4 for Old Fools. He's going to try and move through just a little bit further. Flashbangs coming through. Fearless out of it, and it doesn't look like Golden gonna stand any real chance again the revive.
Yeah, it's looking really tough for them right now. But I wanted to go back to Fade a little bit. 12 impressive kills this round with still quite a few players to go. We're on the last 4 teams in this match, but they're trying to wrap their way around West Side, and they're putting pressure on Team HF, and they're managing to do so. I mean, impressive performance by them on Miramar, and I gotta say, it seems like they like Miramar way more than they like Erangel, at least if I can measure by this match.
Yeah, it seems like everyone's starting to enjoy themselves, even with the brutal circles. It leads to a much more hectic game. I know I've been enjoying it as Zadera is there to finish off the job. Golden Gunners out in third. It is a 3 versus 3. If Old can't get themselves the revive, as now Clemson starts to close the gap down a little bit more. Duff is going to be there to open up with a knock, takes it back to a 3v3, making a 3v2 as Journey goes down as well. Clemson wants to flush that one out, deny the info, confirm the point. Two birds with one stone right there. The stuff peeks out again. Horing goes down. It leaves only one player left up. It's going to be Abadabra as Maruna peeks up over the top, and Fade finally getting the game that we knew they were capable of. 18 kills and a chicken dinner.
18 impressive kills, and more so, they managed to get that chicken dinner before the ending of the phase 7. So that tells us a lot about their domination at the very like, what can I say? I mean, it seems like Miramar is their way to go.
Yeah, Fade are definitely one of those teams that tend to thrive off of the havoc, and it seems like that was certainly the case in this game with how messy that zone was. Half of the zone for the longest time was all water. It was completely unplayable. It even looked for a second like there was the potential of an island circle. That didn't end up happening. It's still on my PUBG bucket list to cast one of those, but for right now, you know, I'm happy with the Puerto ending. It landed just above, and so many players went down so early trying to make it in. It was a super exciting game to watch, and credit to Fade, because they're a team I highlighted coming into this as one to watch, and finally proving me right on Miramar.
Absolutely. And I mean, if we can judge by the first match of the Miramar, I think our last Miramar game is going to be absolutely insane. And before everything, we're going to hop back to Amy, to the studio, and let's see what she has prepared for us.
Welcome back to the studio. That was game 4. That was Erangel, and that was absolutely ecstatic. I don't know about you guys, but this game was everything but expected. I believe some teams have really, excelled at Miramar way more than Erangel. We saw that all of our top teams that were at the top of the chart for Qualifier Group B actually eliminated in the very beginning of the matches, like Team Diamond, like Exile Esports, like Tattoo Honeys. Sadly, we saw them go pretty early on, but there are 2 teams who've really excelled this match, and they are Fade and Old School Fools. And Fade finished this match with astounding 18 kills and with a chicken dinner. I believe it was Maruna and Clemson kind of getting the most of those kills, but Old School Fools really stuck it out to the very end, finishing second for this match. Some very, very, very nice kills there. Enjoyed this match a lot. I don't know about you guys. I really enjoyed it. Looking forward to what we're going to see in Game 5 and the last game for today, last match. But now, as you may know, we already had one question for you from Samsung Odyssey, and now we're going to have another question, and you'll be able to enter in for a €50 G2A voucher just by answering it correctly in the chat, and you have to be fastest finger first, of course. Then our moderators will let you know if you answered correctly and fast enough in the chat. So the question this time is, what are the names of the 4 models of Samsung Odyssey monitors? Now, be careful. Telling you yet again, make sure you got your spelling in check and that you mentioned all the models of the Samsung Odyssey monitors. Well, some of them you can see actually behind me. They're pretty dope. So I believe you'll know the proper answers. So the next match is last for today, another Miramar, and I think we're gonna see another really great match. I'm really happy that it wasn't so quote unquote one-sided as the action we saw on qualifier Group A. The matches were pretty much all in favor Snip Team and Cryptova, but here we see that some teams really do excel way better on Miramar than on Erangel, and we saw some scrambling, going through the team leaderboard. So that's pretty amazing to see. Of course, stay with us, keep watching the stream, and make sure to visit www.samsungodysseymasters.com for all the information, for the schedules, to see when each teams are playing, to see the leaderboards, and of course to play Pick'em. And thank you so much for watching. See you after game number 5.
what an impressive match by Fade Gaming. I mean, what's there to say? So many points for them in this fourth match of the night. But before we jump into the last match, let's check our leaderboards because I'm pretty sure, Chunks, that a lot of things changed there.
Yeah, it was a super messy game. Anyone could have made a move, but in the end, it was Fade who made the biggest one, jumping all the way up to first place with a win. And so many kills go alongside it. I'm trying to think how many it was that game. I think it was an 18 kill
18,
win that they managed to pick up. That is just absolutely huge. So 28 points in total. Really impressive to see, considering they were on 20 points before this. That would only have tied them for 8th place, but amazing to see them make a jump like that. And you know what I mentioned earlier? All it takes is 1 or 2 big performances to confirm you in that final. If they'd have another one, then they're going to be feeling pretty good about that.
Absolutely. I mean, they have one more match to go tonight, and if we can judge by the first Miramar they had, I'm pretty sure they're going to have a nice match themselves in this last match if they manage to hold their concentration, obviously. But from what we can see, some other teams, they're really close. I mean, we're talking about the first day, obviously. There are still 5 more matches to go tomorrow, but I mean, it changes so much when you get into the second day with such a nice placement on the leaderboards.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a huge confidence boost as well. It's just a case of making sure it doesn't slip. And I got to point out as well, there's not a single team that has picked up 2 chicken dinners yet. And I'm excited to see whether that changes. And I also want to see Stuckers potentially pick one up because they've done so well tonight. They're beating teams that have wins, but they just haven't been able to get one of their own. So hopefully they'll be able to, but no surprises when you've got fraggers like this on your squad. Fade, though, look at Clemson just running away with things. 14 kills.
Wow, just amazing. He definitely popped off, especially in this last game. I mean, you said it yourself. They had 20 points prior to this last match, and then impressive 28 points in this match. And what's there to say? I mean, they were just going like a train. They were just destroying everybody on that on the western side of the circle, and they managed to get themselves amazing position. And this is I mean, this is what we see then. 14 amazing kills. Also, his teammate Maruna with 8 impressive kills. I think majority of that happened in this last match. And what can we expect from the last match? I mean, just let's hope for something equal.
Yeah, let's hope so. I mean, I gotta give Tattoo the credit that they deserve, though, because they have absolutely farmed out the damage right now. Michael right now nearly hitting that 2K mark, but Clemson and Boynius yet again absolutely farming out the kills, clearly putting out work, probably with those DMRs. Really impressive to see. I'm excited to see what a final game of the evening does hold for us. Obviously, it's only our second Miramar, but if it's anything like our first, I'm sure it's going to be an exciting one.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting for us to watch. I mean, hopefully there's not going to be a island circle, which we're still waiting for. But I mean, we've seen so many crazy. Like we had some prediction: is it going to be Pachinki? Is it not going? And then we had 2 Pachinkis in 3 games. So everything is possible right now while we're watching our amazing cinematic by Kovo. I think the plane is rather straightforward.
Yeah, it looks like a fairly friendly one, but we know how deceiving they can be. We thought the last one was going to be friendly, and well, it absolutely wasn't. So we'll see. Who knows? Prison Island ending. Keeping my fingers crossed. Oasis ending, something like that the teams aren't expecting. Leonis is still a possibility. Who knows? There's that many possibilities with a playing path like this, especially on a map like Miramar, where just a few kilometers can make such a huge difference in terms of what type of terrain you're playing. It's a very unpredictable map.
Yeah, I was talking with Toby the last day we shoutcasted, and we were talking about how the better the plane path, the crazier the circle. At least it was like that with the group A. So it seems like we're going to have to wait a little bit and to see where this circle is going to go. But it's not excluded that it might be one crazy circle. But meanwhile, while we're talking about that, we're going to watch some of the team landing. And I'm actually seeing a hot drop on Power Grid, if I'm not mistaken.
this power grid one after obviously those teams did end up clashing earlier on. It was a little bit different though. There was only one player in power grid from, I believe it was Diamond last time, so IP are going to look to try and finish off the job there as Dodic will be going down. Exile are going to be the ones to pick up the first kill of the game as Atjov just going to be holding that doorway ready for Zembri to try and peek it. Mkeys though is already watching the cross. Zembri actually an interesting position here. Hops up top, and he's been spotted. One or two more bullets will do it, but it's not enough as Mkeys just can't quite connect.
While you're watching at the shots, I can't happen to notice these amazing pink skins in game by the team IP. But yeah, let's go back to Futro. He's trying to find some angles and he's trying to get some information for his team. He did spot Xeron over there, which takes almost half damage, and he's going to manage to get some save for him. But right now he's cut off from the rest of the team, and it's gonna maybe buy some time for Futro to continue pushing further down that ridge, that little ridge that he has to play with. And I mean, it's quite unfortunate. I mean, they want these skills. I mean, they're going to have that fight, but I mean, look at the gear. They have guns and no scopes, and that's it. But Zembri here finds Atjov. Zembri playing amazingly today, so he opened up with the frag for his team, and now we're looking at a 4 versus 3.
Absolutely, as now it just becomes one of those positions where you've lost one. Are you going to be able to salvage it? Can you keep the players in? It's a tough one. Zeron knows where the player's going to be, but doesn't know his exact locations. He throws out the flashbang, gets ready to push around the back with the AK. Isn't expecting the player to be laying down prone in the corner, so he's maybe being a little bit hesitant right now. Goes for the repeat, and it works out in his favor. Butcher Boy does go down as more damage actually lands onto Mkeys right there. Nicely done with the 2x AK. It's a tricky gun to try and handle. Castle J, though, eliminates Scofa, followed by Zembri. A big way to turn the tide of the fight for IP. The 2 players left up. Zeron looks the wrong way when he tries to go for the repeat, and he gets punished because of it. One more bullet will find the kill as Brix does what he can through the smoke to try and connect. Zeron watching as his life depends on it. Brix also trying to close up the gap and make a push. Both players pop in heals. The bandages are all that Brix has, though. Decides not to switch over to the Scar instead, holding the SLR, and well, it doesn't work out. Beautifully done for IP to clean up that fight.
Yeah, this is quite unfortunate for Team Diamond, who got eliminated on the 16th position. It looked at a certain time, it looks really good for Team Diamond, but IP managed to get those 2 knocks down in the hangars. And I mean, Xeron and his teammate Skofa, they had nothing else to do but to try and get this fight here on the edge. But then unfortunate knock on Xeron as well, and we are going to say goodbye to them for tonight. Meanwhile, there is a huge fight going on in Pecado. I must admit, I did not notice it's going to be a hot drop here, and we're looking at the Team NL fighting Team Exactly.
Yeah, it's a rough one here for Team Exactly, as they only have Bosnian Tingleton left up. He was able to get himself another knock, but not enough to finish off the job. Now the repeat attempt comes out from Markovic there with the micro Uzi. As Swedish just holds the staircase. They kind of have his number. They have him pinch, but they can't get to their teammate just yet. They want to try and surround him completely. Bosnian Tingleton throws down the smoke, realizing it's his only real chance of survival. Tries to go for the peek onto the balcony, but it's just not going to be enough. There's not really much chance of him being able to get over to his teammate for the revive. Phase 1 will start to close. Neither team is inside it, but it's not the end of the world, as, I mean, both teams are going to take casualties no matter what. A little bit of zone damage isn't really going to change things up too much.
Yeah, definitely. And I can't happen to notice, I mean, Shank's Numerlock is playing with as 3-man the last 3 matches. I mean, they're on the 8th position, and it's looking relatively decent for them considering, but all things considered. But I'm thinking, what would happen if they had all 4 men? Because obviously you remember that game in Pochinki. They had a real nice match there, and they showed they can do a lot as 3-men. And obviously here as well, they're trying to do a lot, and they did. They annihilated Team Exactly on 15th position. They're going to get that heals, much needed heals, because Swedish stayed on 1 HP. But I mean, Pecado stayed for themselves. They're going to be able to get that loot, and they're going to have to find their way towards Circle, which is, let's say, again, a little bit crazy.
Look, I did say earlier that I wanted a prison circle. The game might have been listening, but I know it's more than likely going to shift away. Tattoo Honey's going to try and make themselves a bit of a push right here as they do flush out Casual J. They try to follow it up with a second. They've spotted out M-Keys. Michael is there in position as Duffy going to try and go for a bit of a seat swap. M-Keys down to just 1 HP. Only 1 bullet's needed. That's all that Duffy needs to land, and he does it effectively. Down goes M-Keys as now Aktov is the only player left up. He's pretty far away, just going to try and drive out of here to safety. IP, sure, they got themselves 4 kills, but they're starting to take some serious casualties.
Yeah, just like the last match, Atyov is going towards the zone all by himself, and I mean it's a tough start for them. They had to fight in the power grid, and now they got caught in the rotation. And I mean they had a really good start tonight, but as we are seeing that as the time passes by and as the games go further, they're having quite a hard time to find their form back. So it's going to be interesting to see what Atyov can do on his own there. And yeah, I mean, a huge rotation for a couple of these teams. Fade is rotating all the way from the north. We're seeing them going towards Monte Nuevo. Obviously, the circle can go various places, but while I'm talking about that, Team Stalkers is trying to get some rotations on Team GG, and these shots are not connecting. I saw 22 HP going down, but Squeaky is trying to go for some more. I mean, it's hard to get those shots with AKM and a red dot on this distance, but I mean, he can try always, right?
Yeah, credit to him for trying. I mean, he was able to catch 1 or 2 bullets onto the enemy, but not enough to really find the kill just yet, as Snuckers look like they want to fight this. So do Golden Gunners. I think they've realized they're in a position where they really need to start taking more fights. They need to get aggressive because it's those big performances that have put those teams up in the top positions rather than just being able to get a consistent couple points of a game in the same way that Golden Gunners have been able to. The fire coming through and does connect onto Rotis as now Golden Gunners as a 3-man may decide to back off of this instead.
Yeah, meanwhile, a HNE player found someone with a Molotov, and some of the players are thinking the way you are. Some of the players think this is a quite possible island ending, so we're watching the fight in a brick building, which is kind of on the opposite side of the bridge of the mainland, and we are not toxic. Stayed on one last player. Pros, he's trying to make a difference here while his teammate is bleeding. He does not have an easy job though, because there is a cooking frag grenade just outside, and it's just gonna pop on his head. Oh my god.
Running right into it. That's not ideal. Look, we are not toxic. I would be toxic after that one. It's not the way you want things to end, but credit to them for remaining in it. And, well, let's see if they can change things around tomorrow. Still 5 games to go tomorrow. Phase 2 does get ready to pop. We may get a better idea of where we're going to be ending up. Fingers crossed. I want that prison circle so badly.
Yeah, that would mean only one team is in the zone. But I mean, the circle managed to shift back to the mainland. And I mean, I think a lot of teams just went like, ooh, okay, just now.
Yeah, I think there was a big sigh of relief for so many of them just because of how kind of bad it would have gone if it had pulled down to the south. There would have been squads gatekeeping, especially for those northern teams who now just about stand a chance. Probably for teams like Tattoo Honey is going to try and make a rotate through Chuma Sarah. It looks like the southern rotate, though, has been surprisingly popular, and Bendy tries to make the most out of it. Brig sprays onto those players in the Murado, but no kills being found out of it. Good damage, though, if only had teammates to support, as they are just a little bit caught apart. UK looking to try and consolidate now.
Yeah, they're all in the rotation right now. I mean, UK is trying to get those kills for themselves, and they're actually managing to do so in the process. Really nice knocks and confirmed kills for Jam here, as he's trying to find the last man standing from the Numerlock team. And I mean, Numerlock not looking well so far. Vern will manage to get into the middle of the zone, but at what cost? I mean, he's alone. He lost his teammates, and everything he can do right now is play as safe as possible. Maybe get a couple of confirmed kills and just play the position and just be quiet, I guess, until the very end of the game. But I mean, as I can see, other teams are looking at him as well. So he's kind of like trying to find himself a little breather here around the shack. He's going to be able to pop that first aid off. And I think we're not going to hear from Vern for some time from now.
No, it's not great for those teams that have really struggled on the rotate, but it's only natural with a zone like this, I guess. There's only so much space you can work with, and Vern, well, he's staying in as a solo. There's still the potential of picking up a couple placement points out of it. It's going to be a tricky one, but if the zone does end up favoring him, then there's every potential in a circle like this with such vertical terrain. Everyone going to be scrambling to get into the same location. A lot of players will fall on those vertical cliff sides. There's about a minute left. The phase 2 older, extremely split up on this hillside. I can't help but notice.
Yeah, definitely. And I'm just checking the leaderboard right now as we're speaking. We have all the top 5 teams still alive and kicking, and it's going to look really interesting. I mean, points-wise, Fade Gaming is a little bit ahead, 11 points ahead of Tattoo Honeys, and everybody else is literally a point apart. And it's all going to, for at least this day one, it's all going to boil down to the last game to see which teams are going to take top of the leaderboard. Fade Clemson is trying to get some those shots on Yabba Dabba, and that was really, really close to a knock. I think maybe just one more hit away, and right now he's getting higher ground, and he's trying to connect those shots yet again, and Yabba Dabba should play a lottery today. Oh, or not.
almost got to safety, but Maruna was there to finish off the job at close range. Fade, the split plays off for them. And unfortunately for Old, the split absolutely not working out in the way they would have hoped, as now Fade get ready to push up a little bit more. They're scouting out. They know that there was a solo, which means there's more players around here. Maybe not expecting this squad to be quite as split up as it actually is, though. Phase 3, by the way, it did pop, and it has denied both these teams their positions inside zone as it moves a little bit more central. Exile have to probably be the favorites at the moment, just with how strong their compound is. Granted, though, there are potential positions where Southern teams could absolutely sneak up on them, and obviously Tattoo Honeys with a nice little ridgeline that they can work in here.
Yeah, absolutely. Both these teams that you mentioned, also Tattoo Honeys, if they manage to get rid of Atyov, the last IP player standing in the back behind them, they could potentially play the whole northern side, and they would have higher ground over the team Exile. So it will all depend, of course, which side the circle decides to shift. But I mean, it's looking really good for both these teams so far. I mean, I just want to see how Fade is going to do this, because Fade needs to rotate all the way from the western side of the circle, and it's a tough rotation. I mean, they can still play this area, and but it's most likely that this circle is going to shift away from them. So they're going to have to manage their way through towards the safe through a couple of teams which are, I mean, on the lower ground, but still they can catch their rotations potentially and do a lot of problems for them. Meanwhile, the two Honeys are fighting Team Insane, which decided to rotate to the north side of the circle, and Duffy is trying to hold them off, and it's looking good for him right now. He manages to find one guy. Is he going to find yet another one?
Certainly going to try. He knows where the player is, but hasn't actually landed the shots yet, focusing on popping those tires first. I think now realizes, hey, I can hear some footsteps down below, so wants to back off. The frag grenades, though, landed extremely close. Duffy ends up taking a decent amount of damage. The Molotov, oh, if that was in the position the frag grenade previously was, it probably would have been able to get himself a kill. Frags coming down from Serbian Tingleton now to try finish off the job as Michael off to the side starts to try and catch himself a bit of an angle. He does see the player, but wants to wait until he's completely exposed before taking the shots, calling this info out to his team as it looks like he's going to hop in that car. Michael with the frag decides to not throw it just yet, doesn't want to give away any info and wants to make the most out of that position because it is a beautiful flank, but if that position is given away, if the info is known, then it's going to be all for nothing, and it will be a 1 versus 3, but he will start to strike now. Macron goes down as well. He comes out from Serbian Tington to try and capitalize. It's just not enough, though, to get the knock.
Yeah, it was. It's looking really good for Tatuhanis though here because they have a higher ground, they have a flank, and I mean, Team Insane has. I mean, they have no other options than to try to either fight that or somehow retreat, as one of their players already did. And I mean, his options are very limited because it's a huge open area, and Tatuhanis is, as I speak, going to eliminate them on the 13th position. Really nice tactical decision there from Michael to take that angle. He made a difference here for his team, definitely. And Tatuhanis, as I said, with no one taking the opportunity to close them down on this north side of the circle, they're going to have a lot of a playable area for themselves right now as they go back towards middle, and it's looking really good for them right now.
Absolutely it is. As you can see now, Exile up on the high ground want to try and make the most out of their position. Duff, though, is doing exactly the same thing down towards TRP. Flink has fallen. As he goes to the pre-fire onto the second, it actually ends up working out, but can't convert it into a knock this time around. So TRP salvaging the res, realizing they are going to have to make a run soon, but Fade are not going to make it easy. Granted, they've only got 1 kill so far, but it's at least they've broken that 16th place curse tonight.
Yeah, they have, and I mean, they decided to rotate towards the safe, so they're going to buy themselves a little bit more time and maybe a little bit more points. But as I can see, some of the cars are rotating towards Exile. No, actually, they're going to stop below the ridges and get a breather over there. So it's still looking okay for them. I mean, if they can make a difference, they can make a difference. They did get a knock on Maruna here, so Fade now is in a little bit of a trouble because, as I said earlier on, they have to find their way towards the safe from the west side, and we all know how hard it is, and they're getting a lot of pressure right now from both the Exile team and from the team Torpok. So but meanwhile, we're looking at Noob Esports, who are fighting on the very south end of the circle, and Team Yo is going to eliminate them on 12th position, which means Team Yo can now try to find their way towards the safe, even though, as I look at the minimap here, it's not looking too well for them because there are a couple of teams waiting for them. And one of those teams is, I think Team Stalkers. That's right, Team Stalkers, who heard all of that, and they want some points for themselves.
Yeah, you okay? I mean, look, they lost a player up on the northern side. You would have expected them to try and push that and eliminate the solo, but it just didn't end up working out. Instead, they tried to rotate past Stuckers, and well, they got punished accordingly. 2-head Shakura is there to flush out both of those players as Bendy ends up falling to the zone. 10 squads remain as Phase 5 does get ready to make a push. We'll see where it ends up as, well, Fade, they're starting to trade knocks big time now. Knock for knock as only Nick is left standing up. Wants to go for repeat over onto that final player from TRP, and he does it with only 3 HP left up. But look at this journey from Old. Gets ready to go for a peek. Knows there's going to be a player up here somewhere. Tanking a little bit of blue damage. Threw down the Molotov, but it's not going to be enough. He's a solo himself, and he needs to be careful because he knows Exile are up above. So instead, he wants to move up this ridgeline and get over to safety. Boynius, though, has managed to pick up an AWM. It's not the first time we've seen Stuckers with a crate gun this evening. And, well, it's the first time I think we've seen an AWM knock.
Yeah, absolutely, and that looked probably really, really nice. And I just can't happen to notice that, as I mentioned. I mean, look at Michael. Michael is just completely out of the safe. He did hear that fight, and he probably knows the terrain so well. He's confidently pushing and trying to get those knocks and confirmed kills, which he did. Old School Fools eliminated on 8th position. They are going to get that point for placement. But what a great play from Michael there. He decided to push 200 meters outside the safe to get those kills. And this is looking really good for them. They did manage to lose one player in the process, the two Honeys. I gotta be honest, I did not see exactly where, but we're looking at 10 kills for them already with 19 left alive.
It's so impressive to see right now. There's Tattoo Honey's Michael, 6 kills on his own. That's 10 for the squad between them right now. Really impressive to see. As Nick tries to remain standing, it's not going to be enough though, as Exile are there to finish off the job. They did lose Rafa, so he is able to salvage himself a point. Nicely done there for Fade to get themselves a couple for this game after a really impressive performance last match. It's not quite going to match up though in the same way we would have hoped. Exile send it down to the dip, hoping to play it for cover, but sadly this time around it's not going to be inside zone. Michael though, yet again popping up in that kill feed, taking down one from Hopes for the Future.
Yeah, Hopes for the Future in a lot of trouble right now. 2 players left alive, and I mean, Fez did manage to open some shots here, but he's now completely alone and trying to figure out what are his options as he's popping off that first aid. I mean, team Tattoo Honeys has the higher ground, and they can probably spot him as well as he's trying to shoot at the Team Stuckers. But I mean, Team Stuckers, they have been showing some really consistent play tonight, and is it time for maybe their chicken dinner? I mean, the zone is pushing them away. They don't have a lot of options here right now where they are, but probably some cars with them. They could find some more playable area for them, and potentially they are 4 men. So potentially they could do a lot in this ending.
Absolutely. I mean, there's so much potential, but as the zone goes the way of Tattoo Honeys, you got to be seeing them as the favorites. Mr. Lucky picks up 1, as that's 12 kills now for the squad. Michael playing aggressively tries to open up onto another, but it just isn't happening. Serbian Tingleton goes to pop those tires, wants to deny the vehicle, make them rotate as hard as possible for Stuckers. They have been spotted out in the open though. Mr. Lucky gonna try and hit some shots, but he's not so lucky this time around as they're able to get down behind cover. Tattoo Honeys, they send Michael back up, but look on the minimap, Apjo is behind and could absolutely punish him. Two-Head Shakur though, the one to punish the AWM with the MK, showing that DMRs are just stronger sometimes. There's no other way to put it. Atjov though could absolutely sneak up and cause some major problems here for Michael.
Of course. I mean, DMRs in this situation where there's damage going on all the sides. When you're playing Sniper, you have to take some time for that shot. And then with the DMR, you can spam some things a little bit faster. You can see this Head Shakur again has a drop in his team. Definitely a player who probably plays the best those drop guns, but he got knocked in the process behind the ridge, I think. However, his second knock, so he's going to need to get that help soon. Bonias here is trying to make a difference for his team. He's going to try and push that ridge just below the team Tattoo Honeys, and he is relatively close. He's going to pop that stun grenade. Yet another one. He's going to try and peek after this one, but there's so many ridges on Miramar. You can't know exactly where the players are, so he's going to take it slow a little bit. He's going to push back actually, and maybe potentially open some space for Team Tattoo Honeys to peek that, which they just did.
Serbian Tingleton makes the most out of it. Beautiful headshot there onto Bonias. Don't forget Atjov sneaking in behind. He's the reason the Stuckers ended up moving back. They thought that they were way wider open than they actually were. Exile actually don't spot out that player from Stuckers out in the open, which means, unfortunately, they are going to be stuck in a pretty rough position. Mini shots do land through. One more will find the kill, but the tree is the only form of cover right now, and in the end, he goes down. That's Exile out in 4th position. Michael stealing away yet another kill. He is fragging out right now. That's 15 kills for Tattoo Honeys. The biggest problem for this squad now is not having enough ammo to pick up even more kills. Now, though, Mr. Lucky banked up top, looking to try and find an opening. It looks like Chu is looking in the wrong direction here. Squeaky ready to play point as 10 seconds till phase 7 pops. We'll see where it ends up going and see if this cliffside is still in for Mr. Lucky.
Yeah, I gotta say, in all this crazy match, it's quite impressive that Atyov here managed to get into the at least third position for his team. We remember he was rotating all alone, all the way from the north, and it's quite impressive. I mean, he's gotta be like the MVP survivor of this match, if nothing, to be able to survive so many squads and ended up. I mean, I'm saying the third position because he's alone, but he can make a difference. I mean, you have Squeaky here really close to him, just behind the ridge. I'm not sure, does he know about Atyov at all? So you're looking at a potential, disruption for the team of for the. It looks like Atyov is just holding Squeaky, and I mean, did Squeaky hear anything or not? I can't even tell at this point. And it's going to okay, he did know about Atyov, and we are going to lose him on the third position. So we're looking at a 2 versus 3 with Team Tattoo Honeys having absolute dominant position in the circle.
So we do know for a fact now that whoever wins this game is going to be our first team to actually win 2 chicken dinners. They're going to put themselves in a really good position going into tomorrow. Tattoo Honeys now starting to gain more zone control. They pretty much run phase 7 at the moment. They have a good read onto where those Stuckers players are going to be, but unfortunately Squeaky has a good read on Serbian Tiggleton. The nade comes up over the top. It's going to be able to open up with the knock as it is down to a 2 versus 2. Now Chew spots out one, takes one pot shot over towards Michael, but it's not going to be enough. Squeaky now starts to close up the gap. Underhand flashbang over the top, but ends up nearly catching himself with it. The revive attempt going to come out from Mr. Lucky, but it's a little too late as he has a nade in hand. He ends up getting spotted out, and while Squeaky's more than happy to sponge that one up, Michael has been putting in absolute work this game. 8 kills, 732 damage. Knows there's going to be a player up over the top. Opens up, finds the headshot. He's taking it down to 1v1. Michael might just be able to clutch this out, making it 10 kills all for himself and a 17-kill chicken dinner for Tattoo Honeys. But he doesn't have a good read on exactly where that final player is going to be. Frag grenades coming out over the top from Squeaky. Are they going to be able to connect? Not looking like it just yet. So it really is a 1 versus 1. 15 seconds left on the clock as Squeaky wants to try and get the flush. That will give Michael the info he needs. He throws a couple frags of his own, or at least he has them in his back pocket. Spots out Squeaky, goes for the jiggle peek, knows where the player's going to be. Nade being cooked. It's going to land close. Is it close enough, though? Not just yet. As the damage, well, it can't connect, and Squeaky throws out a Molotov of his own. Michael doesn't realize that the player's actually made a move already.
Yeah, Squeaky has this amazing ridges he can work with, so he's just circling all the way around. And I mean, Michael doesn't have an info anymore where Squeaky is, because I mean, he could have gone left, he could have gone on the right side, and he's just buying himself some time. I'm loving to see this economy here. Squeaky is using bandages rather than the first aid, even though it's 1 versus 1, and it's going to look. I mean, if he manages to connect a couple of the shots, it is barrel versus AKM, so I am on the side of the barrel a little bit. However, if those headshots connect or if those Molotovs hits, they're really, really, really close. But I mean, Squeaky is managing to find his way around, and this is quite interesting we're watching right now.
It's a close one here. Michael, his vest is nearly shredded. I believe the same is true for Squeaky. And it comes down to the ammo at this point. Michael going to have to try and get up and get himself a bit more ammo. Never mind. He doesn't need it. Just a couple bullets. He lands the headshot. That's 10 kills for Michael all on his own, making it 17 for Tattoo Honeys and the first team to not only get 2 chicken dinners, but to do it back to back.
Unbelievable performance in the last 2 games on Miramar for the team Tattoo Honeys. And I mean, what's there to say about Michael? Is this enough for Michael to be our MVP for tonight? We're going to have to wait a couple of moments to see that. But amazing performance by them. I'm pretty sure this is going to get them a first position. But before we can speculate about that, we're going to go back to the studio and see what is Amy all about.
Wow. Welcome back to the studio. That was game number 5. Thank you, Sanson and Chunks, there for your input. Well, now it's time for my input. Well, what can I say? Everybody here in the studio was on their toes looking at Michael, who absolutely dominated this game. Match number 5 on Miramar. Michael from Tattoo Honeys, who actually got their second chicken dinner today. And what can I say? Very, very, very good job, Michael. Very good job, Tattoo Honeys. They actually ended up Tattoo Honeys versus Stuckers in the end, and they got an awful amount of kills. Stuckers got around 10 kills and Tattoo Honeys around 17, which is a lot, which I think is going to push them up to maybe spot number 1 or solidify them. We're going to find out in a couple of moments. Michael seriously dominated the game. He had 10 kills. That epic 1v1 fight on that hill versus Squeaky was just crazy. We had no idea who's going to pull it off. But I gotta say, very good job, Tattoo Honeys. Massive amount of kills. I really, really enjoyed today's matches, and I hope you did too, because it was very volatile, quite all over the place. We saw a lot of great plays. We saw a lot of craziness, a lot of action. I mean, those 2 Pachinki circles, let's be honest, 3 Erangel matches and 2 Pachinkis. Absolutely crazy. Then some Everest action. I believe you guys have really enjoyed the games, and you managed to, snatch maybe a couple of those codes off the stream for some PUBG in-game goodies, and win some of our prizes. In a couple of moments, we're going to go for a short break, and Sanson and Chunks will let you know who are the MVPs of the day. As you may know, for each day of the tournament, we have an MVP, a player who's performed the best during the whole day, and they get €100 voucher, which is amazing. On the finals, it's actually €500. So, whoa, whoever wins those, I think will be very happy. Just like everybody can participate in Pick'em as well and win €50. The players are also rewarded. So yeah, we're going for a short break, and back to Sanson and Chunks for MVP of the day and for the complete and final table. See you.
Hold me close till I get up. Time is barely on our side. I don't wanna waste what's left. The storms we chase are leading us, and love is all we'll ever trust. Yeah, no, I don't wanna waste what's left. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, and on
Well, what a way to wrap it up there. Michael coming in clutch, giving him what I messaged him and quote unquote he said was the Newcastle special. Clearly throwing punches right there, putting in some work to be able to clutch that one out. An absolute 10. That was 10 kills just for Michael. Really impressive. That's definitely going to put him in good standing towards that MVP prize, which will be announced very shortly. But I think first we should be taking a look over at those leaderboards to see how things stack up this evening.
Yeah, it's looking very, very good for Tattoo Honeys, who had 2 impressive games on Miramar. 64 points for them in total with 38 kills, 2 back-to-back chicken dinners. What is there to say? Absolutely deserved to be on the first position after the day 1 of the Group B.
Yeah, really impressive to see right there. Don't forget, it's the top 2 that go directly through to the final after the end of the games tomorrow, which right now it's a close one. It's Fade and Stuckers both tied, but of course the tiebreaker is the kill points, and with Fade having more, they take second while Stuckers are down in third. But it's safe to say that every team that's in the top 7 in the position to move to relegation, they're not exactly safe just yet. Just look how close 8th, 9th, 10th, and all the way down to probably 12th are right now.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the team on the 12th position, they have 21 points, which is not so. A team on the 6th position has 27. So that's only 6 points difference, and we still have 5 matches to go for this group. And I mean, it's gonna be very tough tomorrow. They're gonna have to keep on getting good frags, good games, and it's going to be a tough call for a lot of these teams.
Certainly it will. Let's take a look over at our statistics, though, see who is leading the charge in terms of kills. No surprises after that game. Michael has tied it up with Clemson, who's been fragging out consistently all night. But you got to think Tattoo Honeys right now looking really good. 14 kills for Michael, 11 for Duffy. They're definitely a frag-heavy squad.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, they showed us in the last 2 games, they obviously do amazing job on Miramar. And tomorrow we are going to have 3 matches on Miramar. So it's going to look even better for them. And apart from the 2 Honeys, we also have a couple of more players here on the kill feed. I mean, Chewy has 13 kills for the team that did not manage to get chicken dinner for themselves yet tonight, but there is still tomorrow.
Yeah, plenty of hope tomorrow. Let's take a look over at the damage, maybe give some more hints as to who tonight's MVP is going to be. As Clemson is just about holding on right there after Mr. Lucky and Michael have kind of come out of nowhere in terms of the damage and moved a lot of teams down. But you got to give Stuckers credit for having 2 players up there as well.
Absolutely. They have been doing a tremendous job tonight. And even though they did not grab chicken dinner themselves, they're up there on the leaderboard with all those kills done. And it's just, I mean, with the consistency they have been showing, it's just a matter of time when they're going to grab that chicken dinner for themselves. And as I said, I mean, only 2 teams from this group are going to go directly to the finals. So it's going to be a tough call for a lot of them. But I mean, it's going to be an amazing day tomorrow, and I just can't wait.
Absolutely, it will. Now, before we go, of course, we have to announce our PaySafe card MVP, who will be winning themselves a prize of €100, of course, courtesy of PaySafe card. And tonight, after that amazing endgame performance, it is going to be Michael. So congratulations. Treat yourself to some PUBG skins, because obviously he was busy playing, so couldn't get any of the codes that were in chat.
Yeah, amazing performance by Michael tonight. And I mean, after the last game, we can say he definitely deserved the MVP, and he's going to enjoy that €100 PaySafe card. And I have nothing else to say but to say goodbye to all of you from Chunks and me. We are going to, I need to say a very, very special thanks to our Kovo, the observer, who managed to observe so well, especially those endings in the city. We are just so happy to have you, Kovo, with us. And this is it from me. Chunks, if you have something else to say, now is the time.
No, that's it for me. Once again, thank you everyone for joining us. Same time, same place tomorrow, 5 games. Let's send it back to the studio to wrap up for the night.
Thank you once again, Sanson and Chunks. And thank you to all of our viewers. Thank you for watching day 1 of Qualifiers Group B at Samsung Odyssey Masters. We saw some wonderful games. I'm sure you've all enjoyed them. We'll be here yet again tomorrow at 7 p.m. CET for day 2 of Qualifiers Group B. So far, we saw 2 teams that stayed on the top. Today, it was Tattoo Honeys and Fade. We will see if that will be the same situation tomorrow. For sure, you can still follow us at social media, Good Game Global. Keep watching our streams at Trovo, Twitch, and YouTube at Good Game Global. And of course, you can visit www.samsungodysseymasters.com for all the information about the tournament, for the schedules, for the teams, and everything else you wish to know. Special thanks again to Samsung Odyssey and of course our sponsors PaySafeCard and Visual S. Thank you so much for making this happen, and see you tomorrow for day 2 of Qualifiers Group B. With you, the casters will be Toby and Chunks, and of course me as your host. So see you yet again tomorrow at 7 p.m. CET.